Well, hello there. Hi. Lucy, thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. I caught your stream this morning. It was grand. Saw you running around the evil, tumultuous lava with all your friends. You were doing cool things. I do love it. I don't always chat in your stream, but I do definitely lurk in your stream, as you saw. 21 day streak. Trying to keep that baby going. TX Strider, what's going on, big dog? Raina, how are you doing? Brian Warren, how are you? Welcome. Welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. Today, we are going to be testing out your theories, okay? We do have some things that we're going to test out. We have a whole list here, and actually, I'm going to add a little something to these. That way they pop, and you guys can actually see them. Let's see here. We'll give them a little stroke. That way they have a nice little dark outline so you guys can see around there. And we'll give it a little space there, a little buffer. And we'll give them a little shadow too. That way we can really get a good look-see look at these letters. You know, give it a little 6, maybe even a little 10. Let's take a look at it. Yeah. Well, maybe even more. Good grief. There we go. Maybe you can see that okay. It's a little rough on this background, but hopefully it'll fix. It'll fix. Naklai, what's going on? How are you? So today we're going to go over, I made a post on Reddit this morning. I had a brain worm that kind of popped in my head, and it's like, hey, you know what? We've actually had a lot of people in our stream lately, and they've been asking all these great questions about EverQuest Legends and like, does this work? Does that work? Does this work? How about when you do this? What happens when you poke it with that? What happens when you stick that up your nose? Well, I wouldn't try all of these recommendations that people are having. Some of them are really great ideas, and I definitely think they're worth checking out. So today we have a list here of ones that I plan on checking out, and we certainly can add more to this list if we hit the end of it, and I'm more than happy to check out what other people are interested in. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and log in. I've been playing this. Believe it or not, originally I thought that the Shadow Knight might be a little too rough, and I might not have enough healing mechanism to really keep myself alive. I'm wrong. I'd be curious to see what happens when I get into the really hard content, but at least right now, the Rogue and the Shadow Knight are doing awesome. What's going on, Death Star? How are you? I hope everybody's having a great weekend. I really do appreciate all of you guys coming in, checking us out. This is our first Saturday, and I don't know how long, but this will be a new thing. We're going to be streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday every week. We're going to be doing more videos. We're going to be doing more shorts. I have a ton of shorts about EverQuest lore that I'm going to be dropping. I'm going to be reading directly to you from some EverQuest lore books. We're gonna be talking about some of that stuff a little bit later. But you want to see Pally SK Monk? Yeah. I actually think that the Reeve and Smite thing might be interesting to see, but I think you would run out of mana really fast. What are enchanters will fare after their rework of them? I am looking forward to a Warclare enchanter. So, Brian Warren, enchanters are already really, really strong. I'm curious to see what they do with them to make them better, or like how they decide to navigate that. I think the one that I'm most curious to see is the Druid. Really want to see what they do with the Druid and all its various mechanisms. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to pop the testing things off the stream here. Just get a good look at it. The first thing we're going to go test out is leveling up fishing. So fishing is an interesting one. Someone came up with an idea that if you can do fishing, right? If you can do fishing and you can level up a fishing pole, does that do anything to the durability? Will it still break? Does the fishing pole still do anything? Could they, like someday, you level up a fishing pole, and then by leveling up your fishing pole, like you could catch like some kind of special item or some special achievement thing or something? Like that could be cool. Fishing for moats, that could be like a fun little, imagine like a, I don't know, like a fall fishing derby where like you could fish up moats for a day or something. You know, that could be a really cool idea for an event. All right, let's check this out. We will go... Where will we go? We will go to Freeport first. And then we'll kind of go from there. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Boop, 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 boop. West Commons. So mana might now be horrible. If it does, then maybe switch to Sham, SK, Pally. I mean, well, no, the problem is that SK and Pally together are going to be very, very mana intensive. Because if you're using their Spellblade together, I'm not saying they're bad. Like, I don't think that's a bad combination, Death Star. Honestly, it could be fun. My wife has been watching for 85 consecutive streams. Still got to wrap my head around the best way to get AAXP. Sounds like you can't just... Project Dawn, do you want to know the exploits? I'm actually... You know what? While we're doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and take a list of things... to add to... I have 3 videos that I plan on doing tomorrow. They won't all come out tomorrow, but I will be doing them tomorrow, and then we'll be releasing them over the next week. And one of those is, like, kind of my recommendations for how to min-max. So, how to play EQL like a sweat. Kind of like getting into how to farm AA. And I can tell you exactly how to do it right now. So, do personal instances respawn? Yes, they absolutely do. Yep, you can actually set it up. So the personal instance system is actually really cool. This is something that I think that they've done really well. You can actually, if I wanted to create a personal instance of this particular zone, I can click on Enable Personal Instance, and then I can decide if it's a solo or a group instance. I can also say Disable NPC Respawning or Maintain NPC Respawning. So it's entirely up to me if I want to include or not include respawning. You can do grouping. I'm not going to lie, guys. The last week, they fixed instances so that you can now group with people and you can do events and things while grouped up, and I've been grouping all week. I know it's supposed to be a solo MMO and I'm out here grouping, but it's actually been a lot of fun. It's been insanely fun. Is there jewel crafting? Can you merge? Yes, Bazillium. There is jewel crafting. Yes, you absolutely can merge. TX Strider, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. Let's see. A field DPS would come from melee and taps. The heal should work from Pally. The heal would work from Pally, but the heal would also work from the Shadow Knight, honestly. You'd have Soul Abrasion. You'd have a lot of stuff. It's not like THJ, and it's not like... Some of the bonuses, and I don't know if this is intended. I actually sent this to Secrets today. I will be joining the beta Discord after a discussion with them today. I'm going to be joining. I'm going to be putting out a lot of stuff in the beta Discord, hopefully with my kind of recommendations, as well as some of the things that I found that are broken, as well as some of the things that I think like could be fixed or maybe like should get a second glance, and my recommendations for how to fix some of those things. After our initial little like kerfuffle, the folks over at Game John and Daybreak, frankly, have been very openly communicating, which is good. You know, it's honestly, it's great. And I don't know what that's going to mean. If I'm being honest, I don't really have an interest in like joining the collaborator program or anything like that, but certainly be willing to, share information and even interview their devs and do things of that nature. I don't mind occupying the community space, but I also, one of my favorite parts about doing what I do is that nobody really owns what I say, and I get to kind of voice my opinion the way that I want to in the words that I choose to. And so, that's not something that I would ever give up. Back to what I was saying before I got, all sidetracked here. So the fastest way to level AA. Okay, so real quick, what you want to do, okay, is you level your initial 3 classes. Okay, so you level, like, let's say my first 3 classes were Berserker, Bard, and Druid, right? So I leveled Berserker, Bard, and Druid all the way to 50. And then what you do is you take you drop one of those classes, and then you put another class in, but you only change one class. You don't change two. You just change one, and then you level it up to 20. And then you drop that class that you leveled to 20, you add another class, and you level that to 20. And then you drop that class, and you level that to 20. So on and so forth. And that is going to be the fastest way to front load AA. Because for whatever reason, the path from 1 to 30, you gain AA. I mean, it's probably because there's less XP requirement, right? But for whatever reason, during that window, you gain faster AA, you level faster. The AAs flow into you faster than when you're like level 50 and that's all you do, because there's less mobs. It's taking you longer to kill the things that are at level 50. A lot of that stuff becomes very difficult. So at least as it stands today, and granted this is the beta, so this could absolutely change, but the current way is to basically lock one, level it up to 20. And honestly, once you get geared and everything, you can level to 20 in like 30 minutes. Now that's not your first run, but once if you farmed up a bunch of loot, you've gotten a bunch of gear, you've got some AAs behind you, you can go from like 10 to 20 pretty quick. Let's see. As far as jewel crafting, you can merge pieces. Jewel crafting is in the game. All the crafting is in the game. The crafting feels really friggin' good. Like really friggin' good. I hope they don't touch the rate that you gain crafting skills. I hope that they leave that. I genuinely think that that's a great place to have it. You don't have to put like ludicrous, insane amounts of money into crafting. It's still very valuable. And because of the system that they put in, I don't know. I haven't seen this actually happen yet, but Aelia talked about when you craft items, you will actually, the more items that you craft for the first time will generate a pool that will allow you to craft other items at a like +1, +2, +3 kind of thing. So I have not seen that. I don't believe it's actually in the game yet, but Aelia did talk about that during one of the little live streams. So hugely important. What's going on, Nerd Navigator? How are you, baby? Yet. Exactly. Yet. How does AA XP? Is it 1-to-1 regular XP? And no, it's not. You gain a couple AA for every level. Which is one of the reasons, like, if you level one class and you just bounce yourself to 20 really fast, you're essentially duplicating XP, and that leveling XP doesn't really go anywhere. But because it's a window... Oh, wait. Actually, I think I can buy the fishing stuff right over here. So, all right, fishing supplies. Here we go. First thing here, leveling up fishing pole. All right, let's see. We've got a fishing pole. We've got some fishing bait. I have a bunch of crap in my inventory. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. We've got 4 fishing poles. And I'll buy some fishing bait. We'll buy, like, I don't know. Yeah, we'll buy 100. Whatever. We'll buy 100 fishing bait. Okay, so... First things first, fishing pole is absolutely wearable, so it would be likely that you can actually level up the fishing pole. Fishing pole. Fishing pole. So there we go. Now, the next question was whether or not this fishing pole will break when you go fishing. Oh, crap. Secondary. Boop. Wait, what? Oh. Do you want to bind this to your character? Yes, of course I do. All right, cool. Well, guys, don't spill your beer. We're going to be out here fishing for a minute. Give me 1 second, then we'll get back to talking. I just need to set this up so that we can fish. Let's see here. Fishing. We did also learn, this is also important, so you can actually level alchemy without being a shaman. It doesn't show in your skills, but the skill goes up. You can do the combines, and there's no issues. So alchemy can be leveled outside of doing it. It is perceivable, however, not yet tested. We will test it. Maybe we'll test it today. That you would also be able to do tinkering. So we're gonna check that one out as well. Fishing. Boop. Okay. Tinkering. Yeah, tinkering, the gnome only thing. That is a breath of fresh air communication. What a concept. Well, you know, hey, listen, communication's hard. I was going to attempt to join, but I don't have a new enough content to apply. Project Dawn. I encourage you to apply anyway if it's something that you're interested in doing. And I don't know where they're at. I'm not a part of Daybreak. I'm not a part of Game John. But I do encourage you to apply anyway. And there's no time like today, you know. If you didn't plant a tree 5 years ago, the best time to plant that tree is today. So if you make a video today and you start making content today, if you make a guide, you make a story, you make a live stream, whatever that thing is, get cooking. Make it today. And show them that you have interest, show them that you have, you know, whatever ability, or that even if maybe your ability is something that you're working on. You can't. Oh, we got a fish already. Jesus. Ooh, it doesn't put it in my inventory. But if you get like that content made and then you apply, and I mean, like, I would apply before you even make the content. Just go fill out the application and then get cooking. You know, what's the worst that's going to happen? They're going to say no. At which point, if you look right in their thing, you can reapply if you want. So it's not exactly like you're not screwing yourself over, and you're showing interest. You're showing intent. Let's see here. Hello, Nuad. How are you? Rayro Rodriguez. What's going on, dude? How are you? Question. Since EQL is very close to being an ARPG, do you think they will ever see a console port? All right. So, I am not a coder. I am not a programmer. I am not any type of developer. What I can tell you is that I personally took it upon myself to try and like create controller support for a video game that was not made for a controller. You are like, it is a mountain that is unbelievably high. And what I would say is, when you talk about console support, you know, as it pertains to Xbox or PlayStation, both of those consoles have a lot of requirements that would need to be in place for them to just be able to create a console version. Now, that being said, like, being able to play on a Switch or something would be really cool. Maybe someday, like the Steam Box, or like a Steam Deck, or like the Rogue Ally or something. Like, maybe somebody creates a mod for that to be used. But I can tell you right now, navigating menus, selecting items, using skills without controller support built into a game is a, like, you're practically rebuilding the entire game. And do I think that that's going to happen? It's probably not likely. Yes, EQOA. EQOA was built on a single PlayStation 2 and Microsoft Excel. It was never built with the intent to be played on a desktop PC or anything. My boy, Trulam, what's going on, baby? How are you? All right, let's see here. Back up here. Yeah, that's where my math led me as well. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, no worries. Could mentoring always be used in that way, I wonder? That's a great question. We haven't seen mentoring, so we don't really know what we're looking at with that yet, right? So until we really have our hands on mentoring, we won't really know what can be done there. What I would say is that given the direction, philosophical direction that they have explained that they're on, I would be very careful, and I would be very hesitant to believe that they would create a system that would allow you to essentially farm levels or farm AA easier by mentoring down. I know there's a lot of fear, a lot of concern, and a lot of thought going into preventing people from power leveling and RMTing power leveling. And if that's the case, then I think that it's very likely that they would probably try to avoid those types of mechanisms. That's not to say that you couldn't level it up. I just don't know if it would be the best way or a meaningful way. Let's see here. Hail, Damon, what's going on, baby? Are you able to solo Sky and Fear? Magic Mean. Yes, you can do those things. It is true. You absolutely can solo Sky and Fear, and I have done both. They need to make it so you merge items easily when crafting, though. That's a bad part about it at the moment. Yeah, Vengeful Tempest, I agree. Somebody made a comment on one of my videos, and they were like, This is how you fix that issue. And I absolutely agree that it's an issue that needs to be fixed, but I also know that there's people who, I don't know, maybe sometimes click confirm windows without reading them because they're paying attention to chat and accidentally delete like 400 items that they didn't have any business deleting. I don't know anybody who really does that for real in real life, but yeah, crazy. They need to make it so you merge items. Yep. Trula, Tinker, and Cronenberg, what's going on, baby? None of the sweet items are in at the moment from what I've seen. What do you mean none of the sweet items? Which are the sweet items? Pal Burr Rogue or Pal Berg Bard? I am, Kata, I'm playing Shadow Knight Burr Rogue right now, and I gotta tell you, it's tempting. It's tempting to make my main build a Paladin Berserker Rogue. I think Bard is really good and really powerful as well, but rogues are... I was sleeping on rogues. The poison mechanic is way understated, and I'm gonna get into details about that. I'm actually gonna be dropping a video where I go over every class as they are today in beta. That video is gonna be made tomorrow. However, it won't be released probably until later in the week next week. Rogue is... I was sleeping way too hard on Rogue. The poison system through these disciplines and stuff is ridiculously strong and ridiculously fun. There's enough options in there to keep it interesting and provide you with utility in many different situations. I just ruined my fishing here. We're fishing. There we go. Tinfoil hat. 2046. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Odor, what's going on, man? Randy, how are you? Spiff, Mega, Bob, Mr. Stoic, any idea what the maximum AC bonus on a monk can achieve? No, I don't know, but that's actually a really good question and one that I'm going to write down. Max AC bonus. AC bonus on monk. So, I'll tell you, there's a really cool mechanism that they created to measure that, though. Let me just make sure you guys can see this. So if you look right here, there's a weight option, and it will literally tell you what your weight is. And when you have a monk in here, it'll tell you what your worn weight is. And it'll actually highlight this red if your weight is above what the monk requirement is. Oop, that's scales. And in that situation... Actually, I don't even need to do this. I don't know why I have that. So in that situation where like you're wearing stuff that's exceeding whatever your natural weight is, then it will highlight red and you'll actually see your AC drop. So definitely some nice user experience, user interface, and information that they provide you. Really, really good. How is the Blood Rune AA? Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure. Why are we fishing? Warclick, we're doing some testing. We're doing some things that we want to test, and right now we are testing the fishing pole. We leveled up our fishing pole. We're out here fishing. We want to see if we can break this fishing pole. I put a post out on Reddit asking people if they had questions and things they'd like to see, and I told people that I would test those things. This is one of the things that they identified, and I thought it'd be kind of funny. It's also very easy to test, so I figured we'd go run out and test this. Are the poisons difficult to obtain? I love that you asked that question. Warclick, what's going on, baby? Efault, farming takes the fun out of the game. Which particular farming portion do you not like? I am curious, because there may be a system that they've added to make some of that better. But as it stands right now, I would say there definitely are some less than fun farming loops, but I know that they have plans to address at least some of those. So, all right, guys, here's the poisons. You asked me if you have to farm them. Are they hard to farm? Guess what? If you could get to level 20, no, they're not hard to farm. You get it. Level 1, you get the life tap one. Level 2, you get a poison DD. Level 3, or level 4 rather, you get weakening. You literally get them as you level up, and you can use more than one. So you'll see right here, I actually have 4 of them up running at once. Weakening, stunning, blood siphon, and asp venom. You can see that I have all of those active, and they're permanent, so you're not constantly having to recast them, which is really, really awesome. And they all proc, which is another really awesome mechanism. It's a lot of fun when you see the numbers and you see the procs going off, we did confirm, what was that? Not yesterday, but the day before, that they do proc on a bow. So if you're curious and you want to do a bow build and you want to use poisons, congratulations, it works. No mats needed. None at all. No mats required. And the Blood Rune AA for Berserker. How is it? It's a little weak, if I'm being honest. Sam, I am. It's a little weak, but I think that they have some work to do on two-handers. I think that two-handers need a little bit of love. And I've actually talked quite a bit about this on my channel. Currently, I don't believe that two-handers are being used in the calculation for Frenzy. I think that when they did whatever they did for dual wield, I think they may have broke the system. They may have broke the system for it to work with two-handers, because I'm doing less damage with a two-hander in my hand than I am with two one-handers. So that being said, like I don't think it's is it a problem? Is it, oh my god, the game's ending? No, but is it something that has been identified and something that's been reported? Yes, yeah, it's definitely something they're gonna have to look at. Let's see here, like a bag of eggs. We don't talk about the bag of eggs. We never talk about the bag of eggs, Cronenberg. The bag of eggs never existed. It's like the spoon. It's not even there. Necro Rogue. Yeah, Necro Rogue can be really good. So, one thing, the poisons aren't really a dot necessarily. There is a dot poison, but they do all different types of things. They stun things. They break casting. They snare things. They DD. They life tap. So there's a lot of different functionality out of them, which is really cool because it adds a lot of utility to a class that typically has zero utility. I don't know who thought up the rogue poison system, but kudos to you. That was really good. A lot of those ideas are really thoughtful and really useful. I believe you're close to where the glitchy in song activates. Can that be reported if you hear it? Of course. Are you talking about like the dun 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 oh ho 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 dun 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 ha 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 ah ha 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 ah ha 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 chingle chingle ha ha ha? Yeah, no, I'll check that out. If it is an issue, I'll definitely report it. No poisons. I see the plane of sky sparkling in the background. Yes, you can click that little guy right there and it'll take you to the plane of sky. No mats needed. Nope. 3 days to EQ2. Hoo-yah. That paints Rogue in a new light. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I really like Rogue. I'm gonna be frank with you. I've been playing this build for my 36 levels, and two things that I can say. First and foremost, for the first like 30 levels, when I targeted something and turned auto attack on, it instantly died. Almost across the board. Every time. I would just press Q and whatever I had targeted, just boom, dead. Can you impersonate? I'm not even sure what Orc Boy's dance is, if I'm being honest, Vadim. I don't think I've ever seen Orc Boy do the dance. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does he do like does he do the Crip Walk or something? What's he doing? Dual wield two-handers. I wish they'd have that. That would make a great AA. But I think it would be really hard to balance. Fishing needs to be an auto skill. That would be great. But unfortunately, we all know that people would AFK automate it. Past tense of dig. Thank you so much for the follow. Search1241. Thank you so much for the follow. 9fingers_. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey, fishing level 50. We're almost there. We haven't broke this thing yet. I'll be curious. Do we want to... Should I test another thing? Hold on. Let's test something else here, too. I want to test... Since we're testing to see if we can destroy this, let's see what happens when we put an augment in it. What do you think? Should we put the Executioner's augment in the... We'd have to level the fishing pole up, though. That's okay, though. I don't mind. We'll go level this... Oh, okay, well, nope, nothing. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Listen, I was dirty, and I just had to wash myself off. I had fish gunk on me. That's all it was. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened. Please, mods, delete that bean footage, please. That would be great. If you could. Yep. Let's see here. Okay. Let us buy... God, we've got too many goddamn windows open. All right. Sell me more fishing rods. My inventory appears full. You son of a bear. Okay. Let's see. I need to sell all these torches and crap. Don't ask. I do weird things when I'm offline. I engage in strange and illicit behavior that no one wants to know about, let alone hear about. And you know, it's okay. No one needs to know. No one needs to know. We'll sell all these torches. Oh, by the way, guys, for those of you who've been watching the stream, we got our hero bracers. We got him. We did. It actually, it took me, I had to get to 3/4 of the way through Amiable to get the hero bracers. That was the line. If anybody's curious. 3/4 of the way through Amiable, and I was able to turn them in. So there you go. Now you know. And knowing is half the battle. I don't want to sell my smoldering brands. What we doing with fishing? Pole leveling? Yeah, we're doing some pole leveling today. What's going on, Q? We're trying to pull when you destroy things in the sewers, because I'm told that sewer maxing is the way. But when you destroy your items in the sewers, they wind up in the bay, and I'm fishing them up for you. I'm taking care of the environment so that we don't have the fishies getting stuck with their heads in little crumpled up things and stuff. Yeah, we have to do that. Not much, just doing house chores. Oh, right on, sir, right on. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know that guy, Quatos, the Quay Dog, the Q-Man, he's Norrath's best sewer maxer. Frankly, it's what he does. He's good at it. He's a strong boy. Get out there. Make sure you follow him. Check out his stream. He's usually a late night boy, but I've seen him. He's been playing during the day lately, which has been pretty exciting. I do. We do need to merge all item, don't we? We need to like merge everything. Of course, if you merge everything, it needs to not take motes on accident. Ooh, did we get exactly enough? What a saucy time we just had there. Okay, so we've got this. We're gonna put the executioner's axe in the fishing pole. Okay? Don't ask questions. We're putting the executioner's axe exaltation in the fishing pole. If I go fishing in this procs haste, I'm gonna fall over. It's gonna be funny as hell. But okay, here we go. Now we're gonna go back to fishing. And then I'll go back to answering questions here. Give me one sec. There it is. All right, let's go. Actually, I need this open. All right, there we go. Let's see here. Let's go back up here. I don't know. Wow, I missed a lot, guys. I love you all. Fishing needs to be auto skill. Considering everyone can dual wield two-hand and shields needs a boost, I think. Not everybody can dual wield. You can have two weapons in your hands, but it doesn't actually count as dual wielding, and you don't actually swing your offhand unless you actually have dual wield. So who is doing more damage, Zerker or Rogue? I think right now as it stands, it depends on what you have them mixed with, because Berserker has Berserker Stance, and Berserker Stance can make some crazy things happen. The Rogue is really, really good for other reasons, though. I don't think you can compare them perfectly against one another. You have to look at the totality of the build that you're putting together. Let's see. I wonder if the Rogue Life Tap proc works like Shadow Knight AA. So, Nine Fingers, not only does it not increase with healing and with spell damage and stuff, but neither do the Shadow Knight ones. I actually put this out to secrets today to see if this was intentional or not. And so if it's a bug, they'll fix it. If it's not a bug and intentional, then they'll do that. I don't like how not all classes have every spell in all main cities, only the basic classes for that race. Kind of lame. So they have expressed some intention of changing that Vengeful Tempest, but it's one of those things that they just haven't gotten to yet, and I don't know entirely what their plans are or how they plan to address the issue. I will say that they have added certain unique merchants to the cities, and I don't know if their plan is to just add all the spells to those merchants or not, or what they plan on doing. New AA, auto fishing. Your bag stressed me out. It's okay, new ad. they stress me out too. They stress me out too. Is there a benefit to fishing? You get fishing scales and you get fishing, and then you can turn those fishing into fish cakes, and that's baking. So you get free baking skills. There are some situations where you have to fish certain things up for quests and things. So there are benefits to fishing in that way. But we're just testing this out because someone was curious. I just want to see if I can break this fishing pole. Hey, thanks for all the nice content. So what after beta tests are you most impressed with, and what do you like? St. Michael Justice, that is one of the other videos that I'm making tomorrow. So I have a list, actually. Do I still have that open? No, I closed it. I do have a list of things that I really like. One of the main things I like is the user interface. I think that they've done a really good job at managing all this and providing us with additional information that will someday, like, eventually this is going to work. And I know I talked to Secrets, and Secrets is like, it's one of Secrets' very own pet peeves that this doesn't work yet. So what I'll say is I expect this stuff to probably be out soon. But it is really cool that they have a lot of these different interface things. I think the pick interface is really good. I like the way this works. I like that I can adjust things and like decide what difficulty I want to do and like move around through this. I think that's really great. I really like the fact that you can scribe all of the spells for an entire class all at once if you want to. You don't have to wait until the relevant level. You don't have to carry a bunch of spells around with you. You can literally just scribe everything at level 1 if you want to. Obviously, you have to have enough money. But yeah, you can scribe it all at level 1. In addition to that, I also... I really like... Oh, golly. There's so many things. I really like the stances. I really like the invocation. I actually think that a lot of this stuff is really cool, the way these different stances and things work. I think that they're really neat, and they're a fun way to like turn the knobs and make things more powerful and make things weaker. The new pet system was really, really stunning. I think that adding a second class to all the pets was really neat. I kind of hope that they don't skip Shaman. I hope that they eventually get to Shaman, and Shaman pets also multi-class, but as it stands right now, I think that having the Necro pet, the Shadow Knight pet, all the Mage's pets, the Enchanter pet, all that stuff, multi-classing is really cool. One thing that I haven't tested yet that I actually think might be interesting, I'm going to write this down, is charming like a double or triple class. Charm, double, or triple class pet. I'm kind of curious what happens in that circumstance. Charm pets don't get bonuses from items they're wearing, so it's a little bit of a pain in the neck. But those are some of the systems that I like. My greatest criticisms of the project as a whole don't even lie in the game necessarily anymore. I think that a lot of the stuff that they have looks really good, and I think that they're actually cooking on a lot of the systems. My biggest criticisms come from the fact that we still don't have a release date. We still don't know how much it's going to cost. And, we still don't have any idea, like, what any of that is going to look like and what day it's going to be. Like, we don't know what day. We don't know how much. We don't know, like, what to expect with any of that. And we're getting really, really close to the actual, like, launch month. And I think that that's important detail or additional information. Oh, we've seen if it can break. Yeah, Q. That's what we're seeing. My fishing pole is level 10 in the sewers from Bait Masterson. Nice, dude. Did you break it? Have you broken it, Q? What's going on, Cowpie? How are you? Or highlight all merge button with a confirmation. Yeah, I think that would work, but I do think that people will still break things and do stuff. Does Shadow Knight life proc with bow? Yes, it absolutely does. Roxy, you can do Spellblade, and any spell that has a lower refresh rate than cast time will, in fact, actually cast, to include Pet Heal. So if you're running a pet class and you want to, like, have your mage pet tank the thing while you shoot your bow at it, and you run the Spellblade spell, and you put your Pet Heal in your main slot, it will actually proc and heal your pet while you're shooting. Does Shadow Knight, how does it, how's it going? What's going on, Cybergun? How are you? Chrono, the dual wield is why I want to go Shod Burr Beast. Hell yeah, nice. Your fishing pole broke, your day is ruined. You spent 17 hours getting this fishing pole to level 10. Well, it just broke. Suck it up, baby. Do you get the stats from secondary weapons in your hand even though you cannot stack the hand? No. So the game has a really unique thing. This is in live too. You can actually equip items that you can't wear into slots, but it doesn't actually grant you any stats. It just shows up as red, and it doesn't actually confer any bonuses or anything. Yeah, with the class combos, yeah, who isn't dual wielding really? So I'm going to be frank with you. I can actually think of a couple of different reasons where dual wielding might not be the perfect answer for some things. Can you backstab from the front? Yes, chaotic backstab is in. You get it at level 1, or not level 1. You get it with backstab, and so you can absolutely backstab as soon as you get the skill. And you can do that from the front. And you could backstab if you put a piercer in your any slot. You can actually backstab from the piercer in your any slot. Let's see. Sometimes you get items. Yep. Fly fishing by J.R. Harley. Oh my god, I missed a ton. Jesus. All right. Can you backstab? Yep. Lizzie, auto grant, chaotic stab. How does it feel not to be taint deep in emails on a Saturday? Hey, Lauren, how are you doing? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know Lauren and Sadie, what the hell? You guys are all dropping in at the same time. Lauren, Sadie, how are you both doing? I'm going to shout you both out. It's going to take a second. If you're not following Lauren is friggin' awesome people. Sadie is friggin' awesome people. Lauren also works for Stack Up. And today is my last day officially on the books with Stack Up. Although, as you can see, I'm working very hard. Yeah. Definitely check out Lauren. Lauren does all kinds of fun things on her stream. She's been streaming. Book organization simulator. No, it's like a magic library, and the books fly off, and you have to organize them and do stuff. It's every inventory management person's dream. She also plays a lot of other games, which she's been playing Project Zomboid. What was she playing before that? She played another one. The Muggle Run has been a struggle. I can't even imagine. Sadie, yes, we're getting fishing. How are you doing? Sadie is another streamer. Sadie is actually one of the streamers that I recruited who ran an event for Stack Up and earned money to help veterans dealing with mental health. Awesome people in here today. Awesome people in here. Let's see here. Big Q Dog. Yep. I'm so happy that I'm not dealing with all the emails and I'm not having to deal with digging through streamers and recruiting people today. It's pretty nice. Because if they wanted a pure pet classes, Chanter is not true pet class till AA for command came in with charm. Well, yes, but enchanters do get a pet with the animation. And I do feel like their enchanters were one of the OG, give weapons to their pets back in the day, because you would give them minus magic resist and proc weapons and things like that, and you would give those items to the pet as a way to make them easier to charm and maintain and do extra damage and things like that. Does charm break? Yes, absolutely. Charm does break. It is not full duration by any stretch. Yeah, I hope the shaman pet isn't forgotten pet. Nah, it's just probably something they need to do a pass over on. Do all the spell vendors sell all the spells for a particular class? Yes. If it says cleric spell vendor, it sells all the spells for the cleric. If it says paladin spell vendor, it sells all the paladin spells. There are some quested spells outside of that. So just be aware that, there may be some quests that you have to do in order to unlock certain spells. But as far as most of the standardized spells, you go to one vendor, one-stop shopping, you buy them all, you scribe them all, you win the game. Weren't one of the devs attending some event today? I thought they mentioned something about possible news. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not attached to the project, so I'm not entirely sure. Sewer... What was that? Sewer... That one disappeared on me. How come beta testers overall don't use slow, not even on bosses? Is because players are so powerful, slow, shaman don't really matter? So, two things for me personally. Slow is resisted practically against everything that's worth casting on it. And the time that it takes to cast slow, I can either A, do substantially more damage, B, heal more damage than it's stopping, or C, I just don't really, like, there's something else that I can be doing that's more relevant, because slow doesn't really last a long time on the NPC. It's getting resisted a ton. And so while it's not bad, don't get me wrong, depending on my build, there may be something that I can be doing that's better. Hope that makes sense. Wait, items can break now? No, fishing poles have always been able to break. While you're fishing poles you've always had a chance when you fish to, like, do a critical failure kind of thing, and your fishing pole breaks. Devastating. I'm going to miss ignoring your emails. Oh, son of a... God, Sadie, what the hell? To be fair, though, she totally did. That's not even a joke. I would send her an email, and she wouldn't respond for, like, a week and a half, and, I'd jump on a stream and I'd be like, hey, so you see that email that I sent you? And she'd be like, oh, yeah. And let me go check that real quick. Probably something I've missed being answered. Do you get weapon procs off items placed in any slot? Or is it, no, you don't, they don't proc from the any slot. I wish they did, though. That'd be pretty cool, actually. You could theoretically throw in additional procs. Although I will say there's enough competition for procking already that you got to be kind of careful of putting too many procs on your character, because then you won't get the procs that you really want. And I'm starting to notice that with the rogue when I have like 4 procs that I can just add to myself. Dire Charm is not in. Yes. And I've been told, or I've been told and experienced that basically they don't plan on putting Dire Charm in. Now, granted, that's subject to change. I think anything can change at this point. So as far as I know, Dire Charm won't be in. Yeah, Sadie, Lauren is good people. Sadie is good people. Sadie comes with another one, though, All Pro Platypus. So if you take her, you get All Pro Platypus, too. I know. It's going to be really tough. It's going to be hard to take on two amazing, awesome people who have raised hundreds of dollars for Stack Up already. It's going to be tough. Biggest problem with EQL I'm having is trouble going back and playing on Quarm. You know what has anybody heard Secrets talk about what's going to happen with Project Quarm with all their interest basically being placed in this? Do we know what's going to has there been anything? I don't know, and I'm not in that space. So I'm literally asking you. I'm just curious if there's been anything that has come out about like what the plan is for P99 and Quarm. Are they just going to be like, is it going to progress to pop and then just kind of go into like maintenance mode, or do we know? They hinted Enchanter Charm to make it fixed duration, but it isn't in and haven't heard anything recently. Yes, I did talk to Secrets. I feel like Secrets wouldn't mind if I told you guys this. They have people who are working on a couple of different classes that got pulled off from working those classes to fix a couple of other issues in the game first. And then they're going to be going back and working on Enchanter, and Druid is also another one. And so one of the reasons that I'm telling you that, or one of the reasons that I'm putting that out there, is because that does actually explain why we don't see AAs and like new class progression on those classes. Because they had to pull the person to go work on some other things, which is certainly understandable. It's very normal in the dev world to do that kind of thing. Weathersby fixing dinner, but I'm here in the spirit. Weathersby, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Much respect. Does that make the best slower rogues with poison? Possibly, but they get resisted as well, and there's no guarantee that their poison lands. In fact, I have not gotten that far yet, but I have heard people complain or state that their poisons aren't really landing on some of the harder content in the game. Now, will that be changeable by something like Tash or by Mallow? I don't know. We have to get there to find out. Is it true that you have to pay for expansions? They have said openly that they plan to charge for expansions. That could change, but at least as it stands now, they have said openly that they plan to charge for expansions. Oh, I heard that they proc for backstab if the dagger's being used in any slot. That is true, yes. That is true. True statement. What's going on, Nine Fingers? Discussing custody of streamers live. Whatever. Hey, Lauren, I can't get in trouble. I can't get in trouble. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, whatever, it's fair game. You enjoy. I don't have a you know, sit down with Tay next week and have to explain my wrongdoings. That's all on you. So if you want to steal my good people, you go for it. Sadie is good people. She's from Maine too. So just remember that. She's a Mainer. She's good people. Treat her right. Can you do it if you do your drag show again? Listen, we don't talk about that, okay? Listen, we don't talk about Janice. Janice is a secret hidden alter ego that lived and died a single day in the world. Good Kitty, what's going on? Will SK Rogue Bard be good? Yes, I think SK Rogue Bard will be great. As far as I've seen, nothing has really been said about Quorum other than when Quorum will be releasing pop. Right on. Necro, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. I'm just curious if they have any plans or if they've said openly like what's going to happen. P99 has been encased in amber since green hit Velius. Well, I heard that there was a possibility. I don't want to say where, but I did hear that there was a possibility at one point of them possibly doing like opening teal as like a blue, green, teal kind of thing. I also heard that there was a possibility of them squeezing blue and green together, but I think that would be a nightmare based on just the name game alone. Do you think it's worth playing? What do you want to play instead of picking the classes that is best right now, like paladins? Oh, I can already tell you what I'm going to play. I'm going to play a warrior, necro, shaman, because I like those. Those are my three favorite classes in the game. But I got to tell you, I am really tempted. Like rogue is really fun. I don't know, but I think I'm pretty sure right now as it stands, it's warrior, necro, shaman, which is what I played on THJ as well. What the fudge? How the hell are they going to charge for expansions? Oh, that's honestly kind of like a hard no. Well, you know, everybody's going to decide that for themselves. And maybe you get into the game and you play the game and you play through, you know, whatever the content is, and you decide that that's appropriate for you. And maybe you get through the game and you decide that it's not appropriate for you. I think either one of those takes is okay. You know, everybody needs to decide for themselves whether or not they want to pay for it or whether or not the value is there for them. That's their prerogative. Literally 90% of this project's charging for someone else's artwork. This is insane. I mean, you say someone else's artwork, but it's Daybreak who is licensing it. So it's, you know, Daybreak who is paying Game John to make this game. So, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Love the stream, though, Broken. Stuart, good stuff. Hey, Logic Wizard, man, I appreciate you. It's okay. It's okay. Getting ready for work, but listening to your sweet voice. I'm here in support. Hey, Cowpie, don't fall asleep, baby. Don't fall asleep. You got work to do, baby. You got work to do. Let's see. You notice Broken's eyebrows are good and fluffy. Hey, leave these eyebrows alone, all right? You leave these eyebrows alone. I like Monk, Cleric, Wizard. Yeah, Monk, Cleric, Wizard could be really good. I think there's a lot of really fun builds that can happen over here. There's some builds that were on THJ that I think will be good. A majority of the builds that were good on THJ will probably not be very good here just because they have very different mechanisms. And something people actually asked me what I liked. I have this is probably a hot take, but I got to tell you, these are all the AAs that I have currently for my class build, right? And, you can't fish without a fishing pole. We broke it. So the answer is yes. The answer is yes. You can break your fishing pole, even after you level it up. You can, in fact, break your fishing pole. Congratulations. We broke our fishing pole. First thing has been tested. Bueller, Breaker 9. You can, in fact, break your leveled up fishing pole. We now know. Science. It's what we do here. I don't suppose you'd mind he lose them again, huh? Wow. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Do you know if Enchanter Charms will ever get pet items in inventory? Emperor Crush, my understanding is the intention is for that to operate in the same way that it would on live. However, they have moved the person who is working on Enchanter stuff to another issue, and that person is currently resolving that other issue. And once that issue is resolved, they will go back and they will work on the enchanter stuff, and that the intention is for that stuff to work. That was the last thing that I was told. And so I do think that they will plan for that stuff to work and that stuff to operate as we all expect it to. And hopefully we will see. Oh my god, it does stress me out too. Good lord. Who let me have an inventory? For the love of Christ. Okay, we are going to go to Kelethin now. And we are going to be, what should we be? Berserker Enchanter Monk, I think is the way. Oh man, wait. Crap. What level's my Enchanter? Probably not even high enough to do Flying Kick yet, huh? I don't even know. I'm Monk, Enchanter, 18. Yeah, that's not high enough to do Flying Kick. We can at least... Do you guys want to see the Wood Elf in a robe? We can do that. Let's see here. We will go to Kelethin first. Gate. Do you have to remember they're putting work into the expansions? It's not by... Yeah. Well, that's a whole nother thing. So, here's where it gets weird. All right? So, and listen, this is going to be... We're about to get into criticism land. So, just for those of you who are not into that particular thing, just understand that I love you, and it's okay. You are more than welcome to click off. Daybreak marketing crew, if you're watching this, not talking about how much the game is going to cost, the box price, the sub price, you don't even have to, like, the microtransactions, announcing the date that your game is coming out are all really, really smart moves when it comes to marketing. Letting people know what to expect is typically the best avenue to take when, providing a product to people, because then they can expect, what's there, as opposed to expecting something more than what's there. Or, if you expect people to be like, oh my gosh, oh no, it's really, really terrible, and they're going to burn your thing down, then that's when you ask the question, like, are we making the right decision? Have we decided on the right price points? Have we decided on the right day of release? Whatever the case may be. If you're worried about people's response, then you review that and determine what a better response would be, and then, just let us know. Because, like, people want to take time off from work. People want to know exactly how much money they need to save. Like, who knows? Maybe they need to sell some chrono on old EC Tunnel or something to pay for the game. Who knows? I don't know anybody that's like that at all. But if there were people out there that, need to manage their income or decide, that whether or not they're going to buy this or that, giving people some heads up usually works out really well. And I'm not being shallow or pedantic here. I'm genuinely saying to you, like, this is a good idea. I really genuinely believe that if you tell people when it's going to come out, that would be great. And frankly, we know that you guys are working on stuff. We know that there's a team of 15 people, Secrets, Rogan, and friends, that are working on the game very hard and very diligently, and so that's not free. And therefore, yes, absolutely, you will need to charge money and make money to pay for those people to create things. I think a majority of people understand that. And I would say the same thing about expansions. I think people will be willing to pay box prices for expansions, but just let people be adults. Give people the opportunity to do the right thing, and trust that the community will, as long as you're looking out for the community, that the community will look out for you. That's all I want to say. Okay. Back to this. Let's see here. No, thank you. Keep your eyebrows. Don't suppose you'd mind you lose them. You have to remember they are putting work. Yep, it's crazy how people expect people to develop games for free. True, Kraken Hunter, but I do think that, like, it gets weird. It gets strange when, like, they're just not talking about it. They announced that it's going to cost these things, and then they just went radio silent on the issue entirely. And that's my one criticism. Like, they have done a very good job at quelling many of my other criticisms about the project and about the thing in general. And frankly, I think that they're in a mostly good position. I think there's a couple other things that they really need to fix. But that being said, I genuinely believe, I'm going to go way down here. I genuinely believe that they can get to a really great place and provide an amazing product and charge a fair price for this. I just don't understand why it has to be like hidden. I don't understand like why they can't communicate that information. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. So, you know, that's not me like pooping on the project. It's just like, I don't understand. Like, if somebody knows something or somebody does understand, please feel free to educate us and let us know what's going on. Because I'm willing to bet charging a box fee as part of their contract with it's entire new ed. You're absolutely right. That could be it. But say that. Just be honest. Just be upfront with it. Like, it's okay. We understand. Like, maybe your contract deal is that Game John gets to collect the sub money and Daybreak gets to collect the box money. Right? Like, maybe that's the agreement they had. We don't know. But just say that. Like, there's no reason to hide that. It just seems goofy. It seems silly. What's the respawn on trash and planes like Shiverbacks and Scorn Banshees? Peace Dog, I'm not actually entirely sure. It's probably... It's less than 20 minutes. It's less than 20 minutes. It might even be 10 minutes, but it's really hard to tell right now because they have... When they updated the pets, they made the planes interesting. That's what I'm going to say. Either straight up Daybreak said you can't give the box away for free, or they need to recoup the cash paying license fee. Yeah, it's entirely possible. My Warmonk Ranger will not work here. Actually, Observing Oak, I actually think a Warmonk Ranger could be extra amazing. Okay, there's a reason I did this. We were going to illusion. Let's see here. What do we want to be? We want to be a wood elf. And then I don't know if I still have a robe on me. Do I still? Oh, freaking hell. Okay, we don't have one on me. I'm gonna have to go run to the bank. We'll go to Felwith Bank. Rip haste proc augment. Oh, interesting. Oh, good call. Good call. Hey, who was that? Senpai Soth. Thank you. That's a really good point. That destroyed the haste dog. So, guys, don't put augments in fishing poles. They will get destroyed. I'm going to write that one down. Good for you. Good looking out. I totally forgot about that. I wouldn't have remembered until I was like trying to sleep tonight. I would have been like laying in bed and then I would have been like, shit. That haste dog disappeared. Okay. So, exaltations in items that are destroyed as well. Fishing pole. We scienced it, boys and girls. We got it done. All right. Let me hide that so you guys can see the screen here. Okay, so let's see here. Not exactly. I have a technical question that you may not know. Does the stance that lowers resist stack to Necro life taps or fire dot? Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It's actually pretty good. Edward Michael, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, it not only does it stack, but it actually performs really well. There's a lot of different stuff. You could also Tash and Mallow and use that stance and use like something with a resist modifier on it, and it's really good. You can actually hit... I was able to land some pretty crazy spells with that. I have tested that one. Well, I'm not exactly seeing any custom content in what they put out so far. Wait. The Logic Wizard. This is all custom content, my friend. This is all, like, adding all of this stuff into the game and adding, like, the ability to multi-class and, like, having these abilities, like, work together. There's tons of custom AAs and custom systems. There are some custom quests, and they're adding some more custom quests. There is also... there's also, like, it's not just that they added some items to Befallen, they added NPCs, and they're planning on adding, not just Befallen, but they're planning on adding, like, Befallen, Crushbone, Blackburrow, Unrest, Najena, and that might be all of them. Oh, no. I don't know if I can talk about that one, actually. There's another one that they've mentioned, but I don't think they've said publicly, so I don't want to put that out there yet. But I know there is a handful of stuff that they're doing. Let's see here. What were we looking for? We're looking for a robe. We need a robe. Where's my robe of the Ishva? Actually, did I put it in here? Yeah, I did put it in here. All right. Chest. All right. Here's the dwarf. Here's the dwarf robe. Look at me. I'm hot. I'm a sexy boy. Look at how amazing I am. Now, funny enough, while people were asking about what the wood elf flying kick looks like, the dwarf flying kick is awesome looking. You actually do a barrel roll and do like a drop kick at the air. It's awesome. Neither will my Warmonk Burr. Warmonk Burr might work. You might be able to get it to 60. I don't know how great it would be at boss killing though. We're playing for the base game. Paying for the base game. Herd range. Oh my god, there's so many. You guys are crazy on how fast. Question: what are your thoughts about replayability of EQL compared to THA given the class switch? Can I? Oh, you're on YouTube. I can't grab that one. That's a good question. I'm going to get to that one in 1 sec, Andrew. I do want to touch on that. I mean, maybe they could find 1,000 whales, be willing to pay $30 for all the expansions they already own. Nobody said that the expansions are going to be $30. Nobody even said the game was going to be $30. The game could be $5. The game could be $10. The game could be $20. We don't know. In other words, just man up about the pricing, announce it. Yeah, exactly. Heard Ranger Bow is kind of lackluster. So, Ranger Bow is not lackluster, but it is very bow dependent. I don't think it's something you're going to want to like grab a bow at level 1 and just go nuts. It needs some love. If they want people to feel the bow love at level 1, then I think that they need to make some adjustments. Weak heals, but otherwise Warmonk Ranger would be pretty badass in my opinion. Yeah, I actually think that Warmonk Ranger is actually really, really, really strong. I can get into that if you'd like. Can you show us Wood Elf Beast Pet they were missing from the videos? Yeah, probably. Well, wait a minute. Does it? That's hard for me to show you because I can't just change the race. I can't just change the race. And I don't have access to Beast Lord and Enchanter. Yes, I can. Never mind. Yes, I can. Hold on. I don't know if the pet changes based on what I illusion to, but we can check that. That's a good question. Now I'm curious about that one. Okay, this is what Wood Elf robes look like. Pretty sexy, pretty hot, good stuff. Sexy. Okay, we will look at that right now. Let's see. Instead of monk, we want to be Enchanter, Beast Lord. Save. All right, let's see what happens here. Okay, so we'll switch to wait, what? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Okay, we've got the pet. Wait, why is that? Monk? Oh, because I changed the beast and not the... Stupid streamer is stupid. All right, we changed this, and we need to change that. Perfect. I was like, why do I not have illusion spells? Oh, geez. All right, I don't know if this will work, but here we go. Wood Elf. The problem is I don't have the races all unlocked, although Wood Elf is somewhat easy to unlock. It's the Mustache Treant. Can you show off Wood Elf Beast Pet? Kratos looking fishing pole to level 10 if it doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, maybe they change that. I have some ideas around that, and I'm actually going to talk to Secrets about that. I think there could be like some really cool things that you could do. I don't want to see it happen right off, but I do think that that there's some options, some neat stuff. Like the stream if you're on YouTube. 12 like 75 years. I'm out. Peace. Logic Wizard, love you, baby. Take it easy, man. Wow, you guys are freaking wizards, man. All right, I gotta push the chat down. I've missed some of your guys' chat, but I'm chasing chat questions that you guys have asked like 5 minutes ago, and I'm not getting anywhere. Barrel roll into a flying kick. Yeah, it's really cool. All right, there you go. Oh, it's a little tree ant, like a little itty bitty tree ant. This is actually a really cool function. So if you change your race, it actually changes the the pet. Does this happen live? Okay, I'm interested. Hold on, let's see if this changes live. Okay, so this is the tree ant. Okay. So if we click this off, does it just turn into a skunk? It doesn't. Interesting. Okay, so you have to cast it while you're in the other form. Interesting. Who would ever... You know what? Reyna, no. No. They get a snake. I don't know. I think this should be something other than a snake. Call me crazy, but... I don't know. Weird. Yep. Sub cash shop paying them for, again, charging per expansion is wild, especially when the devs have done that stuff for free, created servers like EQL for free, with the aid of donations and such. Wait, EQL? Wait, Necro, how is EQL created with donations? Wait, what? Whoa, where has anybody donated to EQL? Illusions work on warders. Yep. No idea. Don't secrets directly. Just seeing them say things about referencing Damer game, making change. Yeah. I'm already losing my mind build crafting on a game. Yeah, right. I wonder if they will add AAs to classes as game progresses. Necromantics, I think that's exactly what their intention is. I think their intention is to add more AA as time goes on. Also, remember, it's in beta. They can adjust things as time goes on. And can see the mob. Snake kicks are famous. True. Snake kicks are famous. No, they can't. You can't donate. This isn't an emulator server, and the quality and team are bigger. Cost MU. Driznor, thank you so much for the sub, baby. Does the warder pet get different abilities as you use the illusion? So no, they're always a warrior berserker. The pet is always a warrior berserker. Lame. Erudite with a bat would be fine. Ooh, that could be cool. Like one of the, I would like to see maybe one of the vampire bats out of the Warrens. You know the ones? Should have been 12 months. Have you played Hollowed Oath? Are you more excited for EQO, Ho, or Adrulan? Oh my god, what a loaded question that one is. Am I more excited? That's a really hard question to answer because one of those games is coming out in a month, and two of those games don't even have a release date this year, let alone in a month. So that's a really hard question. Hollowed Oath is pre-alpha, so there's nothing to really look at there and compare. AOA, AOA is awesome. They're all great projects. It's hard. Like, I don't know how the hell you would even compare those three things because they're in three very different stages of development. So, I guess, damn streamers, get off your fence. But there's just no way to compare those really. They missed out on Irupet. Could have been a floating oh, Trellix, dude, what an awesome idea! It could have been a Shadow Man. Although that would have just been taken as like the animation, right? What does Froglock have? They changed the Froglock. It was a mosquito, and I think it's a larva now. Teaching snakes to kick is part of EQ lore. That's true. Taboo, I know, but no Luckland models. The game could have been modest graphics upgrade in this day and age. Yes. Okay. Silicone. Absolutely. And maybe that's something that they do, but you got to understand, like, in order to build new graphics, they're stuck in the engine that they have. They can't just like manifest a complete new engine without creating a whole new game, at which point EQL wouldn't come out for like years. It would be great if it could, but they're using an engine that was built 30 years ago from people who had no idea how to build an engine, what an engine was, or how even any of that works. There's always references to the spaghetti code that exists because And I've done interviews with the people who literally wrote this code. If you like, you can check those interviews out on my YouTube. I've done interviews with these people. The stuff they used to create this was literally like duct tape and bubble gum to try. Like they didn't know. There was no school to teach these people on how to do these things. None of this stuff had been done before. So it's like super. Matter of fact, actually, I don't know if you know this, but EverQuest itself was built in an engine that was designed for a first-person tank game called Tenaris. It's wild. All right. We're going to check out some of these other ones, though. Hold on. Here's how we're going to do this. We're going to put in all the illusions that I have. So we know what dwarf is. Dwarf is a skunk. We haven't seen halfling. Okay. And then halfling, high elf. Dark elf is probably a spider, right? Dark elf. I think gnome is like a little mechanical rat. I think I saw that one. And then what do we got here? Oop. And then gnome, wood elf we saw, half elf, and then human is like a tiger. Although my understanding is that humans get 2 different ones. It depends on what town you start in, which is weird. It's weird, but it's kind of cool. I actually like that. I respect that there's like more of a difference, right? Okay, so here we go. Halfling. Good call, Broken. The werebats. Yeah. Why is everyone complaining about a box price? I mean, we'll probably be ahead of WoW Classic with its $15 sub. Truth Slayers. I think that people are upset because they haven't really announced how much it's going to cost. I think that it would be wise of them to probably release that data, but you know, it's tough because it's a little unprecedented, the situation to have 3 monetization systems in a game that is as old as it is. So I think that that's where a lot of that flack comes from. I'm not necessarily saying that it's right or wrong, but until we know how much they're going to charge, I think that there's probably going to be a lot of criticism around that particular issue. So we got a fire beetle. We got a fire beetle for the halfling. And then let's see, high elf. They're working with what they have. Yeah. Ogre should get janky lizard man, that is. I played Tenaris. Cardigan's rule. Right on, dude. Don't forget wolf form. I don't think wolf form is going to have a specific pet, though. I want someone to have a shroom dude as a warden. Okay. The high elf has a wisp. Maybe that makes sense in some world, I guess. I don't... Honestly, this might have made more sense as a wood elf. It would have been like a... Well, no. 2 nair. I guess that makes sense. If you think of like Plane of Growth, it's like a growth spirit. A protector of growth. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see here. Dark elf. Oh, God. Wait, no. Don't cast that here. Don't cast that. I don't want to stand next to the guard at like level 10, casting myself into a dark elf. That would have gone really well, guys. That would have gone real well. What possibly could have gone wrong from that issue? Can't imagine. All right, we'll do it right here. Oh, you just turn yourself into a dark elf. It'll be fine. Okay. The warder better. Yeah. Is the warder better than the enchanter pet? I'm going to be frank with you guys. In my experience so far, and I haven't fully tested this, I think the enchanter animation might be the best pet in the game right now. And I fret to say that it might not even be close. I need to do more testing, but I do think the enchanter pet, like just the summoned animation, may be the best pet in the game right now. Okay, so we got a spider. That's actually a cool spider too. I like that spider graphic. Let's see, dark elf. All right, next is the gnome. Look, to be honest, EA games like Windrose, etc. charge $25. This needs to be at that price point for the box, and then $10 a month sub. I'll happily pay $15 expansion pack twice a year. Vesavius, I think it's fair for you to have that opinion, and that is what works for you. I think a lot of other people are at different points. I just think that, you know, it's It's a hard thing to quantify. Unfortunately, it's a hard thing to nail down. Because, like, Windrose built their game from the ground up, right? And then they sold their game in early access for that much. And then we're saying that it's okay for this to be... Like, there's just too many things to measure. And there's so much information that we don't know. Which is, again, one of the reasons I think that it'll help if they're, like, honest and upfront. I like the little rat. That's great. It's cool. Let's see here. I'll tell you to leave. Click this one off. All right. Half elf. Yo, my video is out. My first question for you today is, have you tested gnome wall looking or pulling with Eye of Zom? You can absolutely look with a gnome. You can see, I mean, you can see right here. I can see through the side. You can't illusion through doors though. So, that does not work. Eye of Zom pulling. Eye of Zom works very funny. I have not tried to pull with it, but I haven't been overly impressed with anything that I've seen, really. Puma. Most annoying NPC in EverQuest. Anybody who played back in 99 and stared at their book and memmed while these little freaking savages were about knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, the gnome was a clockwork. Okay, we'll click that one off, and then we'll do this. Why is every EQ chat so full of absolute dicks? This is why solo play appeals. Who's being a dick? I'm just curious. Like, who's being a dick? I don't see anybody. Maybe I'm missing something, but after paying sub and XP cost for 6 boxing, single sub box price sounds great. Yeah, that's fair too. Tinfoil hat, that's a good point. LOL noob. I've been waiting for D for a few mins after you said it. Yeah, I almost. Were you Senlikin? Were you waiting for me to like inevitably die or like do ogre? This I like. I actually really like the lion pet. I think that's cool. Would have been good content though. I don't have to pay for P99, but their shambles of a client definitely extracts more than $15 a month from me and time spent relogging after crashes. I'd consider the price worth for just for tech support. Yet another great point. Yet another great point. You know, people paying money. My misunderstanding on donation piece. I thought I remember some point reading something related to donations or something for EQL, but that's not true. Yeah, they Necro. They can't charge a donation. First of all, donations for a business is not a thing. You can't donate to a for-profit business. I said what you are saying now on the Discord, Stoic. Got dogpiled. Lack of willingness to push Game John as a company to be clear on pricing is very low. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right. Yeah, all right. Now I see. Vesavius, fair. Okay, I apologize. I hadn't read that one yet. I also think that they should lean into SK and Necro pet skins. Let gnomes summon little robot. No, that would be really cool. You know what? Actually, if we're talking about microtransactions, right? If we're talking about microtransactions, would you guys pay for like reskinned higher poly pets? Like if they were going to do, for instance, just rolling this out there. Look at this pet stuck there. Pet pathing is really, really bad, guys. Just off the cuff. Would you pay, like, if you could, do you guys know they have like lion mounts in live? And they're actually really, like, they look really good. They look like lions. They don't look like this thing that was, produced back in, this lion graphic might be older than half of you guys in chat. But the mount, like, would you guys pay extra money for that? Gnome is a robot thing, a little nomad guy. No, yuppers. Donations, wink, wink. What are your opinions on replayability? Yes, okay, Hugo, thank you for re-asking that question. So, replayability, okay? Here's how it goes. You guys want to know what the loop is, what the gameplay loop is for the game? So, basically the way this works is you pick your first 3 classes, all right? You're going to pick your first 3 classes. You're going to level yourself up. You're going to get to 50. Then you have a decision to make. Your decision for yourself is, do I roll 2 more classes. You also get a token at level 50 that allows you to pick another primary class. So like when I click on one of these, right, I can click edit. I have 2 primary classes. I chose Necro and I chose Berserker. Berserker was the one I leveled with. When I got to level 50, I got a token. The token let me pick any class I wanted. I picked Necromancer. So then you get 2 secondary classes. Right now, you can pick these in any order, however you want, whatever you want. You can do however. Right now, my primary is Berserker, and therefore I can pick 2 of any of these. So once you get to level 50, you can decide, do I want to level 2 more of these? Do I want to level these ones instead? Do I want to level these 2 instead? Do we want to, like whatever it is that you want to do? Or you can also go and farm other primary classes. You can go, and these are achieved by completing Plane of Sky quests. The quests have been modified. They are not like live Plane of Sky quests. You're welcome. You go and you complete these quests, and by completing those quests, you have to do all of the quests for a single class, and then you get a token to unlock a class. That's the way that works. Okay? So then you can unlock a primary, and then that allows you to do like a different 3-class build than what you have. So right now, I will always have to have Berserker or Necromancer in my class. I can't make any other combination than something that starts with a Necro or a Berserker. My 2 secondaries can be whatever the hell I want, but my 2 primaries will always be these 2 unless I unlock more classes. Then you have races, okay? So races are unlocked through faction systems. You have a faction system where you have to go through and you have to complete a series of quests. There we go. That one's not overlapping. I would like to see this fixed, but I understand that their user interface is dog water when it comes to some of this stuff. Like this is really hard to actually like go through and find out why this isn't broken in the way that it is. But so you have this, right? And you have this, you have to get maximum faction with King Akanon, get maximum faction with Gem Choppers, get maximum faction with Eldritch Collective. Once you get those, you get all those achievements, it unlocks a race token. Okay? Unlock race gnome. Okay? Unlock race gnome. And I'll show you the class ones too. So like for instance, if you click on this, if you do all the Beast Lord, so if you complete all of the Beast Lord things, then unlock primary class Beast Lord. So once you get level 50, you can decide, do I want to like start a new, like, do I want to level up? Do I want to farm a bunch of gear? Do I want to unlock races? Do I want to unlock classes? The deities are currently locked up. They haven't done this. It says future placeholder for Bertok's requirements. Once they get to this, then like we'll know what needs to be done in order to unlock these things. I chose agnostic when I went through because I figured it's the safest choice. We don't know what they'll do, and when we do know, we'll address that. We'll look at it. We'll see what we need to do. Multiple pets at a time again. There's no multiple pets at a time right now. I don't know if that will change or if that'll happen differently later on. Huge ogre balls. Hugh. Did I answer your question? Does that help? In my opinion, I have been pretty addicted to doing this, to unlocking more classes and going through and playing these. I have been enjoying going through and like making new combinations. Also, there's a way you can like farm AA a little faster at lower levels. So just leveling up lower things is fun. Hugh, there also is a couple of systems that they haven't put in the game yet. And I don't know what those systems are, but I do know that there are some systems that they have planned that are going to exceed the current content in the game. As far as like Classic is concerned, we don't know when those will happen or like when that stuff will be put in there. But there you go. So just curious, do you know if they are using their own code for the beast pets or using the code other emu servers? Okay, Necro, There is no emulator code involved in this at all. There is zero. This right here. I know you asked a question about them using emulator code in the past. There is zero emulator code in any of this. None. There is big donut hole. No emulator code at all. And they actually, there is like issues with them actually using any type of emulator code. That's like saying paying for things that are the right way things should have been to begin with. Wait. I know I'm a little behind here. People always pay for pet illusions and amounts. With the token, can you pick any class? Nope, you can't pick any class. It is a specific bona fide token. Initial box price and reasonable monthly sub is fine with support and promos in the future. Content is fine, however, microtransactions, and I'm out. So Jaster, definitely hear you. And that's a choice for you to make for sure. We don't know what the microtransactions will be, whether or not they're predatory, whether or not they're actually related to power or not. They have said that they do not intend for them to be related to power, which may entirely be true, but it may also be up to people's perspective. They have said that they plan on selling EXP potions. Some people think those are power related. Some people don't. I frankly think that with what I've seen in the game so far, I do not believe that there is going to be an endgame economy. And because I don't think there's going to be an endgame economy, I don't think it matters that they're selling XP potions. Typically, as a player who has cheated and done dirty, savage things in the past in former TLPs and things, what I can tell you is there is usually a huge bonus to using XP potions. The first couple groups that get to the higher raids and get to actually kill the raid bosses get to dictate the prices of the equipment, and they get to sell the first runs of certain gear types and things. And those players are making huge bank, whether it's RMT or otherwise. And I just don't see that happening here. There's really no reason to be the first one other than bragging rights, rather than dragging your balls around and, swinging them in everybody's face. People always pay for illusions. Yeah. Initial box price. Kunark is going to be nutty for grinders. Imagine getting every epic on one character. Ogre Castile. Yeah. Imagine getting every epic on one character. I actually, when I played on Teak, Personas had just come out, and I actually tried to get as many epics as possible on one character, and I got to 5. I got 5 epics on one character. That was a lot of work, and let me tell you, the competition for the cleric epic was insane. I ended up having an entire, half of Faceless showed up just to help me out. I wasn't even in Faceless, so props to Big Or and the rest of the crew over there. Really did appreciate that. Are the races that are locked any special race bonuses since they're locked, or just flavor or something to do? It's Rubaz. They're just locked for flavor, something to do, something so that it controls your primary classes. Unlock a race. Go hand in a whoopee. A whole bunch of muffins. Unlock class. Go do quests in the most complicated endgame raid zone. Unlock a deity. 404 not found. Yep. Right now, that's the way it is. Will that change? It might change. I don't know. Just let people have an alt. I want to play another character and do the quests along the way that are helpful. Otherwise, those quests become pointless when you already are decked out in your first run. Manza, I share some of your opinion there. I think that there may be reason. I'm not going to get into some of the things that I heard because right now it's speculation, but I have heard that there are things that are on the table currently to address that issue and make those quests viable and reliable when you go through and play like your second class combo or continue going through on other character combinations. Do I want to sell my tune on eBay? Jesus Christ. Dumb question. What happens if you are a NPC race and summon a warden? Does the game crash? What happens when you are a NPC race? What can I turn into? Minor illusion. Does the game crash? Do you know the answer? Are you about to troll the streamer? Probably. That's okay. I don't. Oh, whoop. Leave. Wait, what the hell? That didn't turn me into anything. Is that because there's no nearby inanimate objects? Hold on, do I need to go in here? I'm totally steering with one hand, so I apologize if you guys are getting whipped around everywhere. There we go. Okay, guys, are you guys ready to see the Beast Lord Lantern pet? Are you guys ready to see the Beast Lord Lantern? It's the weirdest fucking item that I could turn into. All right, here we go. It's a wolf. The Lantern pet is a wolf. The Lantern pet is a wolf, guys. Okay. That tells me a lot about how much... Yeah, no problem, dude. Are races and classes locked when creating your first character? Example, being, do I have to start as a human warrior? Richard Briggs. No, you can choose any of the races when you start out. You can... And the class that you pick has to be related to the first race that you pick. So whatever your primary class is, it has to be tied to the first race that you pick. I think we get that they're using no emulator code, but that doesn't mean that they're not designing their own code based off from it. Fair, Trulum, but they can't actually use the same code lines and stuff. So while they may be solving problems in the same way, they have to be all code that they create has to be original. Could do without the old graphics. Agreed. Honestly, I think once I play EQ Legends, I don't think I can go back to normal EQ THJ. So, I know that they like cringe, like not necessarily Game John, but I think Daybreak probably cringes every time I do the THJ EverQuest Legends comparison comments. But I got to tell you, it's not even the same game, guys. It's really like the comparison between the two is okay, there's like a pet bag kind of, but it's not even done the same way. So I don't know, the way that the classes go together is completely different. The way, like, your access to alternate ability points is completely different. They've made, like, certain archetypes have become generals, certain classes have become archetypes. Like, it's such a different philosophy when they design EQL compared to the design philosophy of THJ, that it's just they're like two separating projects, whatever you want to call them. They go in different directions. It's just so very different. Vane, what's going on, baby? How are you? So Frost Reaver came out less than 10 days ago and people have finished it. Yeah, Cardigans, I am surprised people didn't finish it within like the first couple of hours. I don't know why a game marketed towards 40-year-olds and being so upset over like $10 or $20. Sigma Whale Grind Set. What's up, baby? Not all 40-year-olds are going to be wealthy or rich or have money, man. It's very different. And I think that saying that a game marketed towards 40-year-olds is a misconception. I don't think that it, I mean, honestly, I don't know who it's being marketed towards at all, because it's kind of all over the place. But I think it's fair for people to be upset that they don't know how much a game is going to cost in a month. I personally know people who are on disability who would love to play this game and would love to know whether it's in their budget to play this game. It is what it is. There are people in this community. There are people like veterans and things that I've worked with because I work with a veterans charity. There are people who like are on very limited budgets and stuff. And while maybe that isn't your particular situation, or maybe that's not a majority's particular situation, I think it's absolutely okay for people to be upset about it, and absolutely okay for people to ask the question, why don't we know? I don't know. Hit that like button, folks. Hey, Mr. Smith Original, thank you so much. Faceless, LOL, yeah. Does Slow Hammer from Ruby Quest have charges? It has charges, Mordekin, and you cannot pull the click. You cannot pull the click from it. I have tried. You could unequip your second combo. You don't have to use the gear. You could unequip with your second combo. You don't have to use the gear. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. You could just not use the gear. That is self-imposed. But you can't... One of the things that isn't doable, though, is you can't unequip your AA. There's no system to shut off the AA that you have. So, like, if you, for instance, if you're like me and you have combat agility, combat fury, combat stability, if you have all this stuff unlocked, none of this stuff unlocks. Natural durability, you can't turn that stuff off. So it wouldn't be how many AA can you hold? Well, once you get them and you assign them, you don't get them back. They're yours. They're placed wherever you place them. And one of the things that I think is important, actually, and this is going to be one of the things in my video that I make, is that when you apply your AAs to a class-specific thing, right, you don't get those AAs back when you switch out of that class. So make sure you're being smart about that, because you like, I've been playing pretty steadily. Let's play. This character has, oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, shit. Okay, don't listen. All right. The total time entitled to this account is approximately 9 days. Total time playing broken 5 days, 23 hours, 43. Fuck my life. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Okay. All right. Yeah, I need to go outside and touch some grass or something. I'll see you guys later. But yeah, so AA don't come super quickly. I have 244 that I've spent. And so if you spend a bunch of AA on some of these things, because some of these are very expensive, if you spend AA on some of these things and then change your class out of it, it's lost. It's gone. You don't get it back. It's, you know, it's attached to that class and that particular AA. So make sure when you're spending them, you spend them on things that you plan to use over a long period of time. Let's see here. For your second Prime token, you could save it, right? Yes. So, Jester, the way it works is you actually get a hard token. It goes into your inventory, and you right-click it, and then you select the class you want that way. That's the way that works. I play one-handed. Yes. Can you check? Whoa. Can you check? Man, I'm getting way behind again. Is this why we need to do slow chat? With pets change anything that can be exploited? Like if you get a mage pet with illusion, do the mage get... No. St. Michael Justice, none of that stuff works. I have tested all of that. None of that works. Shout out to anyone who has magic in melee or ad victorum, mangler TLP, mischief TLP. Hell yeah, baby. Plot twist. Is Image's monster summoning in the game at the moment? That pets usually was terrible, but wondering if they changed it. That's a Kunark level monster summoning, Kunark level. So we won't know until we get access to 51 plus spells. I was hoping it'd be a candle. That would be hilarious. Emulator's 32-bit. This client is 64-bit. It's way different. 10,000 different game. This is honestly looks way cooler. Even last summer, I was a THJ addict. We all were. It's okay. Love to grind. So being slower in general is particularly okay with me. I'm going to be frank with you guys. I saw a comment. There was actually a pretty, like, it was somewhat of a malicious comment on Reddit. Everybody's surprised. But the comment was kind of like in the sense of like, why is the game slow, or why all these streamers are saying the game is wicked fast and everybody's all worried that the game is fast. It's really not that fast. It's as fast as you make it. If you want to play a certain way or do things a certain way, if you're a sweat and you decide to rush to the end as fast as you possibly can, you made the game as slow as you decided that it was going to be. If you want to go and visit all the newbie zones and experience all that stuff, you make the decision. Nobody's forcing you into playing a certain way. So just like play the way you want, let other people play the way they want. I started Erudite, Paladin, Necro Druid, following Quellius, having a ton of fun. Hell yeah, Thomas Jeffers. You can kind of do the same builds, but not stacking. Yeah. One character. Yeah, love THA, but it was too easy, fast to be total decked out. And solo kill Quorum. I hope EQL takes so much to... Yeah. Hugh, it's very different. It's very different. Look at this nerd right here, this Dark Star nerd. Erudite armor is pretty cool. Yeah, the Scorpion helmet and all that stuff. I like the old graphics. Disability here myself. Yeah. Disabled veteran here. Yeah, exactly. So like, I just think I think it's important. I think that we need to take into consideration that there are other people out there that have experiences that aren't the same as our own, and that's okay. Wow, I feel like I'm giving an inclusivity speech, which is very out of character for me. But I will say we just need to like accept like there's other people who are going to experience it differently. Let them experience it differently. If they want to be upset because they don't know how much it's going to cost, they don't know if it's going to fit in their budget, that's their prerogative. Like, I don't see why we even have feelings about that. But if you switch back to that class, does that class keep it? Yes, yeah. Jester, it doesn't just vanish. It just goes into the place. AA respec in the cash shop, I bet. Maybe. Denmer says, yeah, it's like in Hero Siege, people bitching that other people are farming loot is too easy. How does that affect you? Sad complainer. Yeah. I mean, like, listen, we also give those people any type of platform, right? Like, it's fine. It's fine. A wiener token. Not 365 days yet. Not a gamer. How far am I behind? Okay, I'm not that far behind. There was a monster summon at level 30, but it was Velius expansion, I'm pretty sure. We can go check, though. We can check. Here, I'm actually... Oh, I can't move! I can't move my enchanter! Let's go see. We'll go check. We'll go check the vendor. If it's on there, I might be able to get my mage to level 30 pretty quick. I was able to get that other class to, like, level up real fast. People that say faster dropping 8 hours a day. Well, like ultimately what it comes down to is people are making that decision for themselves, right? Like, if you want to like rush to the end and then you're like, there's no content. I know someone like that. There's someone like that in my circle who literally just grinds to the end of the game and like does everything as fast as they possibly can. And then they complain and they say the game is stupid because it's short. And then I roll my eyes and secretly behind those rolling eyes, I say, good God, what a freaking dummy. All right. Let's see here. We can organize it by cost, I think, right? Monsters. Oh, there it is right there. Monster summoning 2. Okay. 80. Ooh, all right. Level 50. Okay. I am not level 50. Where's monster summoning 1? Where is monster summoning 1? Golden choker there. Sorry, one sec, guys. Monster summoning. I don't see it. Summon. Monster summoning 1. There it is. What level is this one? 30. We might be able to do that. Hang on. Search is for plebes. Search is for plebes. My P99 doesn't have search. Okay, my P99 doesn't have search. Don't you judge me. My P99 doesn't have search, okay? You don't get to tell me how I'm gonna search. You know what I used to do? For those of you guys who are new here, I used to do something. This used to drive people nuts, okay? All right, so when you go to buy a spell, you click the buy button, and you see how the, like, 1 pops up? So it used to piss my chat off something wicked. I would just buy all of my spells like this, instead of hitting control and clicking it, and man, they would just get on fire. I would just keep doing it because, man, they got so upset that I would do it that way. I don't like I don't know. You know, it's all about the fun and what you want to do. But yeah, that I had a lot of fun doing it that way. Let's see here. I do have, where is it? I do have a pet class, although I got to tell you, the pet class is not necessarily my favorite one to play. Necro Warrior Shaman, Necro Ranger. Did I change the Necro? The pet class? I thought I must have changed it. Uh-oh. Necro Ranger Rogue. Interesting. No, wait, Berserker. Hold on, we'll edit this one. We'll switch it to Necro. And then Mage Enchanter. And then, yeah, okay. And then Necro Magician Enchanter swap. Spectrum chat. Yep. What did I do? Guild control. I accidentally bought 20 stacks of my spells earlier. LOL. Too funny. You can control click. Oh, yeah, you can control click for sure. You can control click. Oh, it's already in my book. Damn it. What the hell? Put that back in there. Actually, wait a minute. Let's see here. I think I bought everything up to 30, right? Yeah. I knew I bought most of them. Control click. The one that gets me is when people hover each item to read it instead of holding Alt. Oh, you mean like doing this? Like that? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, you can only do each bag. Although it's kind of inconsistent, isn't it? This used to be an issue back in the day. I remember I used to take screenshots because we used to have to take screenshots of everything. So you'd have to do this like weird thing where you'd be like that, and then you'd have to take a screenshot really fast. Frickin' P99. Goddamn Kingdom raid requirements. I mouse over because I'm an old man. Yeah, any of us who played... Listen, this is veteran status, okay, guys? Back in the day, we didn't have these sweet little skills and clicking, control clicking, and alt clicking, and you know, our hotkeys. You couldn't even use these as hotkeys. Like, we're old, man. We're old. In my day, you goddamn kids didn't touch my lawn. The pet class, not my favorite one to play. Where have I heard that one before? What's going on, Bill Sharp? I am not a huge, like, pet player. I do enjoy Necromancer, but I'm not a huge, like... I really enjoyed fear kiting and root rotting and some of the mechanisms that are involved in those types of plays, but I like the mage, like, send your pet in and spam healing and stuff is kind of boring to me. I don't know, like, it's just my opinion. It's the way I am. Not necessarily like tied to any particular person. So real quick, I just want to look at our testing stuff here. We have looked at the leveling up of the fishpole. I was not able to check the wood elf flying kick yet. Striker oh yes, okay. So I do want to show this one off just because I think that this is important one to look at. So striker stance versus offensive stance, or offensive stance, and whether or not one is like better than the other as far as like one is better than the other as far as like how you tie things together, like what the better DPS is, which is really going to depend on your build, whether you're like a monk rogue or a and then there's even more involved in that because you got like berserker stance as well, and a lot of people like downplay berserker stance, but berserker stance actually makes it so that your skills trigger quicker, so you can actually use your skills more frequently with berserker stance. So it's definitely in the running with offensive stance and striker stance. So unfortunately, because of the way the game is balanced right now, striker stance is really good. You're going to see big number, but the bigger the number, the more endurance it takes, because it's all percentage based, which, you know, I think that they could do a better job on this. So you have an ability called strategy, and the strategy reduces the amount of endurance that your skills take when they're using endurance. And the problem becomes the bigger the number, the larger like the number of percentages. So like 10% of 1,000 is obviously a larger number than 10% of 100. And so being that your strategy is limited by your skill entirely, you end up running into a circumstance where you use a two-hander, right? And you use a two-hander and you swing and you're in striker stance and you're using cleaving blow and you cleave and it's like 600 damage. Oh my God. And then you just watch your endurance bar go because every point of damage you did over your strategy, a percentage of that is just taken off the top. So it's one of the reasons dual wield is so good right now too. This is a little, I think I'm gonna recommend Secrets changes this, so don't hate me, everyone, but dual wield right now is not putting out the 200, 300, 400 number, right? You're actually putting out smaller numbers, which means you can maintain certain stances longer because you're like 120, 120, 60, 80, 120, 60, 80, 120, 60, 80, 80, 90, 60, 80. And then by doing that, you're actually like, your strategy is consuming a majority of the endurance that it would cost you. So your actual endurance isn't even moving because you're doing such low damage. The percentage is so small that any endurance you actually do use is almost immediately regenerated. What did you do to it? Yeah, the fishing pole broke, and we put a exaltation into the fishing pole, and when the fishing pole broke, we also lost the exaltation. So kind of an interesting thing. No one should really run into that issue, but here we are. Just so you know, I'll definitely be reporting that as a bug. But yeah, so we leveled the fishing pole up to +4. We put an exaltation into it. We went fishing with it, and it broke. Thanks for the content, BS. Any chance you can do a vid gaming over invocations, rituals, motes, exaltations? So, Ballerholics, where the hell is the pen here? What did you say? Hang on, I'm just going to use a snippet tool. This will be easier. Got you. I got you, Bay. Yeah, I'm actually doing 3 videos tomorrow, and that can be part of one of the videos that I'm doing. So, yep. Yeah. Quatos levels up the fishing pole. The man is a savage, absolute savage. He's a good dude. Definitely follow him. The sewer does in fact provide. Yeah, no worries, baller. No worries. You're not my stepdad. I could be. Can you just say hail in the open air? That used to be hilarious. Say it in bank and a slew of hails. I mean, yeah, you can just say hail. Hail. Wait, why? There we go. Hail. Oh, you say hail yourself? That's weird. X. Hail. There you go. Hail. There you go. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You think Q deserves a custom title for that? I think it's a really great idea. It's a fun marketing for sure. Balanced. Fear kiting and root rotting was peak gameplay for me back in the day. Cow pie, it's literally my favorite thing ever. How could you hate chaining pets? I can't imagine why. Send your pet in, shoot poison arrow, that proc pet heal. Biz, that exact system does in fact work. In fact, that exact thing is a thing. Oh, if I had a better bow, I would probably try and do that, actually. That might be a fun way to level the mage for me. That might be a really fun way to level the mage. I could do Berserker, Ranger, Mage, and I could use Berserker stance to shoot the bow. You get additional crit, too, just in case you guys were curious. You would shoot the bow, and you would have the Mage pet tank, and then you'd proc pet heal. That could be a fun way for me to do it. I kind of like that. Can Rogue Shaman backstab with Shaman Spears? Zlandakar, yes, but you don't have a backstab damage modifier on Shaman Spears. So you don't get like huge numbers. You can do it, but it's not as big or magical as you hope it could be. Deep Water Harpoon is a good example. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yep. The Sewer Czar. Oh, God. Crew Sewer. I made a music video about Quatos. Did you? Hell yeah, dude. We got an ad break in 1 minute. Love you guys. You were talking about Monk Burr Ranger earlier, right? Somebody brought that up. Somebody brought that up as a build, Truth Slayer. I do think that would actually be a really good build. I genuinely think that would be a really good build to do. I think that I actually really like that combo. I think Beast Ranger are a great duo. Yeah, Beast and Ranger are. Beast and Druid. Druid has typically been a great complement to Beast. But I will also say that Druids feel kind of lackluster right now. In fact, if I had to pick the weakest class in the game right now, I think Druid is probably Druid is probably the least interesting and most... You only really want it for the ports. Everything else that druids do can be done better by someone else. And frankly, wizards can do ports anyway. So, yeah. I don't think they will maintain that way. Like, I don't think they'll continue to be that way. Weakest is definitely Beast. I don't think so. The Beast pet being a Berserker is huge. Those freaking pets hit massive, and their procs are also massive. Berserker Bard Mage, Machine Gun, Arrows. Oh, those were the days, man. Those were the days. If you're an absolute sadist, what is Archer art? Is the art... Wait. If you're a sadist, what is the Arch meta? Like, are you saying, like, the... like, what is the thing that is, like, the worst possible build that you can play? All right. The worst possible thing that we can play. The absolute worst possible thing. Why am I in here? I don't need to look at that. Over here. Mayo meta. I actually think Mayo meta would work. I think Mayo meta actually would work here. I genuinely believe that would work. Okay, ready? I actually think that Berserker is not a bad option for this. And then I think Wizard. Okay. And hear me out. Hear me out. It's not because Wizard sucks. It's not because Wizard sucks. We'll go over why in a second. Man, you still do a lot of damage, but it wouldn't be... I think that... Cleric is really good, so don't think I'm shitting on Cleric. Don't think I'm shitting on Wizard. But mixed with Berserker, I think that those two would be really bad. Because your Berserker wants to auto-attack. You don't have Spellblade. So, you know, Cleric wants to cast. Wizard wants to cast. Berserker wants to melee. And none of these things have a lot of synergy. No, Bard is way too good. Bard is way too good. I actually think, like, this would do a lot of damage, but you would have very little survivability. Let's see. Bard is really good. You guys want to do a tier list? I could do a tier list right here. Right here, right now, with what I've played. The only things that I really haven't seen in the high level are Ranger. And I haven't seen how the pets really perform at high level either. The new pets. Because the new pets are really strong. I genuinely think that Enchanter probably has the strongest pet in the game right now. Hey, Nerdcake. Get me an EQL key. Hey, Zek. I'm not cool enough to get free keys, so I can't give them out. And matter of fact, the only reason I have a key is because someone gave it to me. You can't believe I said Wizard sucks? Oh, no. Yeah. Their sword pet or their charms. No. Joiner. This combo here. Hold on. Let me summon a frickin'... Where is he? Where's my animation? Where's my animation? Hype Train just left the station. Gesture cheered with 100 bits. Thank you so much, Gesture. Okay. All right. You guys want to hear this? I don't know. They might not be excited that I talk about this out loud, but whatever. They're not excited about a lot of things I talk about out loud. Okay. So, this is really funny. I have to show this to you guys. Kazan, thank you so much for the follow. Hype Train started. We got a hype train going, boys and girls. Death Star and Gesture are a part of that hype train. Okay, so this is your Enchanter pet, all right? This is your Enchanter pet. Did you just see? He just casted Courage on himself because he's a paladin. He's a goddamn paladin. Now, you might ask yourself, what's so great about a paladin? Well, first of all, he casts Lay of Hands on himself, which is pretty awesome, you know, in general. He also heals himself. He also chain stuns. He chain stuns. He will sit there and go, like just stun, stun, stun. Now, you may ask yourself, that's really cool. Man, I really like the idea of us getting a paladin pet that chain stuns and casts heals and lay on hands. What a great novel concept. Hey guys, question for you. How many of you guys have ever been to the Plane of Fear? How many of you guys have ever been to the Plane of Fear? Alakazam works for me. I know it doesn't work for everybody, but it works for me. I don't know why that is, but I know some people have a hard time going to Alakazam. Anybody? Anybody go to Plane of Fear? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? So let's talk a little bit about Plane of Fear. Plane of Fear is made up of a shitload of enchanter mobs. What do enchanter mobs do? They summon animations. Those animations are paladins. Those paladins, yes, yeah, they chain stun you. They buff each other. They lay of hands each other. They heal one another. And yeah, the Scareling, you get one Scareling and like a couple enchanter guys, and they've got their goddamn animations, and they're teleporting you all over the goddamn place, and you're being chain stunned in place. Holy hell in a handbag. Boys and girls, it is crazy. It is absolute crazy. You guys want to see? You guys were asking to see the animations anyway. So let me show you the way. Here, swap. Okay. Did I even get all the items that I have? Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Excellent. Do we have the, wait. Okay. All right. That's fine. Oh, quick buff. Actually, quick buff is another thing that I really like about the game. Quick buff. Quick buff is awesome. Look, all my buffs, they're on me now. Great. Okay, we're gonna go out to, I want to show you guys this because it's honestly, it's really funny. It's something that they'll fix. It is on their radar. I actually talked to Secrets about this today, so don't get freaked out. Don't get freaked out. It's something that is on their radar. They're going to look at it. In fact, actually, it got on their radar very quickly, and they're working on it. But it is funny, and I do want to show people just because I think it's humorous. I think you guys will find some good joy and some good jokes in this. It is a. You love the level 4 Mystic Lizard Men that spam blind. Yeah. There's some. They again. I don't even know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. There is a discussion about like how they're going to map out like NPC logic. It is on their radar for something to look at and adjust, which I think is good. I've been to THJ Fear. Ooh, did you do your Painbringer? Did you do your Painbringer? Question for you. Since we have 3 classes, how many spell gem slots do we start with? And what is the max? Okay, great question. So you and your archetype, there is, where is it? Mnemonic. There it is. You can add 6. You can add 6 for a total of 14, meaning you start with 8. And you can add 6. Start with 8, you can add 6, and then you get this big, beautiful cast bar right here. Hype train is over level 138%. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you. You're all beautiful people. Might Bukaki. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Also, do you guys remember that there was an issue with, like, THJ not having, like, being able to house all the spells and stuff? You guys remember this at all? There was an issue where, like, there was eventually a spell limit that you would hit, and so you had to be careful about the classes that you played together. I have almost every single spell for almost every single class. And when I open my spell book, they're all there. See, Chant of Battle? They're all there. wild. It's crazy. I don't know what they did to fix it, but it's cool. It's neat. I hated this window. So full disclosure, I absolutely hated this window when I first started playing over here. It really bothered me. It was very cumbersome. I actually really love this window now. It makes it very easy. You can go through, you can be like, I want to cast healing. Here's all my healing spells. Weird. Look at all my healing, guys. Look at all my healing. You can like do whatever you want. You can go through disciplines if you have them. Right now, the only disciplines in the game are the rogue, poisons, all your abilities, same thing. You can just burn through all there. You can click. These are also really cool. You can go through if you want to auto skill. You can just click the ones you want to auto skill, and you can select which ones, and then you can go from there, and you can just auto skill whatever you want. It's pretty neat. Jugs McNugs, what's going on there, baby? But we will see when other... So, Jugs McNugs, my friend, I concur. I will be really curious to see that, but I'm not even worried about it yet. Like, I'm excited to see what happens when we get that far. Right now, I want to see what they get in the game by launch and what we have to mess around in. I think there's enough content in the game. Shy if you go like real hard day one and you just don't stop until you hit the end. But I think there's enough content in the game so that if you buy the game and you play the game at a like reasonable... I want you guys to see this. So this is Berserker Stance. You'll notice that I'm swinging really, really, really fast. It is really good. In fact, it gets really stupid too. We'll switch over to the combat too. It gets really dumb because, again, we're talking about, like, basically having... I'll kill her real quick. Like, that's the flying kick, by the way. That little jump in the air and roll. The speed that you attack... Also, you'll notice Frenzy missed almost every single attack. Frenzy is very hit or miss right now. But... using a two-hander does a little bit more damage, but doesn't swing as fast, doesn't hit as much, there's just not enough to push it over the edge to make it worthwhile, in my opinion. You also lose out on exaltation slots. So you have all these exaltation slots. Speaking of which, I took the exaltations out of this, son of a bitch. I don't even know. They must be in my inventory. Oh, wait, we can put... Oh, it won't go in there because it's Paladin only, and this can't be used by Paladin. God damn it. That would have been sexy as hell. Frenzy for two-handed is currently bugged. One hand does more damage. Yeah. Yep. True. True and real. What do you think would be the best with Ranger and Bard for kiting? So, a lot of people have been asking about kiting. Adrian, can I ask you what is the thing about kiting that you're excited about? Or and I understand that may be a gameplay loop that you're just really excited about, and that's okay. But I'm genuinely curious, what is it about kiting that you're asking? Are you talking about kiting like one mob? Are you talking about grinding AAs? Oh, my sweet summer child. You will want to remove yourself from the living if you try to grind AAs by kiting. You can only kill 8 things at once. And trying to kite using a bard and trying to kill 8 things at once will probably leave you very sad. There's a monkey. All right. Get ready. Get ready for the jump kick. Flying kick. And again, you can see how fast I'm attacking. It's very... The smiting strike, you're going to see that double proc a couple of times. See, there's a double smite right there. And it comes up so fast. I can use Lay of Hands to heal myself right now. And it's just going to be... It's going to be ready to go again. No time. In no time. But I'm gonna be... I'll be, real frank with you. Kiting is probably not going to feel very great here. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to poo-poo on your gameplay. Honestly, I would much rather, you know, people be able to do things. But, like, yeah, here we go. This is... Wait. Oh, wait. Somebody out here just murdering? Yeah, somebody is out here just murdering. Stabbing everything. Great name. So you see this right here? You see these little things right here? Oh, man, there's tons of people out here. This is great. So you see these little guys here, they have these pets. See that warrior wraith pet? That's a paladin. That's a paladin. It gets ugly real quick. Gets real ugly real fast. One other thing that I would like to see is the aggro in here is a little bad. So, if you guys know about anything about this place, there's a doorway right over here. There's also a doorway on the other side, which is where I'm headed. And there's a lot of, like, knight NPCs and, like, warrior NPCs in there. And that is typically where you would get Shadow Knight plate. So, it's, like, right in here. Like, you'll see there's an NPC, like, right... There should be an NPC there. There's not actually an NPC there. Oh, somebody's already cleaned the whole place out. Son of a bitch. Well, never mind then. I was going to show you, but, like, if you aggro this mob, it aggroes everything in this entire building, which shouldn't operate that way. But, why was Kazakh wandering on THJ, but he's always at the temple here? So, he's not always at the temple here. See? He's not at the temple. There's Phasmos. Oh, no, somebody pulled those too. He's not always at the temple. When you pop an instance here, he stands up here. So when you pop an instance, he's right here, and they put all the minis around the fire. But the way... In the normal game, he would be wandering around here. He typically wanders from here, and he walks down all the way over here, and then he walks up here, and then walks over here, and then walks over here, and walks over here, so on and so forth. If you want to do kiting, probably anything better than Druid, than the Druid quad kiting. Wait, if you want to do anything, you probably... Any getting better than the Druid quad kiting? If you want to do quad kiting as a Druid, bless your heart. Bless your heart. It's just not... It's just not... Like, the mechanism is not there. Casters have not been given any like... And Moth has even said, I saw it on the live stream the other day, Moth wants to, like, address the fact that casters feel a little weird. But, like, AoEing as a caster right now does not feel particularly great. Yeah, you're more or less just going to want to tank most things. And you're going to be able to tank most things. I'm kind of sad. These guys have basically cleared out the whole zone. But when in doubt, pound it out. There's 2 people over here. I wonder if they're doing full clears, if they're going zone by zone full clearing. Am I in combat? I want to let me switch. It is impossible to create a personal instance for the zone. Oh, crap. I had personal instance clicked. Select. I've noticed a number of people listed in picks is often wrong. Yes, Paradox. I have noticed the same thing. Does a beast in plate take damage okay? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of the classes and stuff float around like 400 to 500 AC. Most of them do. I talked about this earlier. I'm a monk, and so I have high weight, and so I'm just seeing this 41 in red. It actually tells me that I'm actually losing bonus AC as a result. And again, like, this is me just in Berserker stance, just like... It's almost an idle game. Yeah, I mean, it can be. It doesn't have to be. Like, we could do this a lot crazier. I'm only fighting one thing right now, so it's like, and granted, you guys just saw, I have 5 days of gameplay time in this server, and my account's only been active for 9 days. It feels terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I have no excuse, guys. I have no excuse. I have no excuse. I I don't know what to say. I don't have a problem at all. I wrote it in my video that I was addicted. I said that I had a problem. At the moment, it's Melee Quest. Yeah, it is. I do think that it's Melee Quest. Now, they have said that they really want to put all the classes up to snuff. I do kind of wish that, like, certain comments wouldn't get made, but, like, I do think that there is reason to believe that they will get there. Like, most of the classes will feel pretty good. Moth said the other day that he hopes that all classes are up to the power of knights right now, and I would say that knights are insanely strong right now. Paladins, and specifically paladins and shadow knights, are pretty dumb. No. Adrian, who said that rangers suck? Who said that rangers suck? Do you have any idea how to balance casters? I have a few ideas, other emus, but generally don't play out well in long term. So Zane, I do have some ideas. So a lot of places will do like the spell power and healing power, which I think is really dangerous because when you get into stat bloat later on, you're constantly chasing it, and the further and further you get along in your game, the more and more bloat is going to happen. I think that there's a couple of different things you could do. First of all, you can manage it through AAs. You could theoretically attach that, if you really wanted to, you could attach that spell damage and healing through AAs. I would lock some of those AAs behind levels. I would lock some of those AAs behind, obviously, a grind. I think that I'm not a super huge fan of the limitation on AoE targets. If people want to AoE things, they're gonna find a way to AoE things. And frankly, if those people want to like grind themselves into ubiquity, or if they want to okay, so typically people who buy power levels to get to the end are people who don't like to put the work in. They don't like to like, and that's not, I don't mean any disrespect by me saying this. I'm just saying, like, they feel like they want to get to the end game. They want to experience the meat. They want to get to the final portion, right? But they don't want to spend the time to get from point A to point B. They want to go A to like T, and then do T to Z on their own. So they run into a problem where if you force that player to then like play the way you want them to, that player isn't going to play anyway. So if the worry is about burnout, like basically grinding their way through the game too fast, against the player actually like just playing the game and then realizing that they don't get to play the loop that they want to play and then quitting. Now, there is some obvious concern around the RMT aspect, right? And the RMT aspect is real, but like, the only real way, I don't know how many of you guys have ever seen the movie Bubble Boy, but like the only real way to ensure that a lot of that stuff isn't a problem is by bubble boying your game or bubble boying your server. And like, then where's the fun in any of that? You're just basically bubble boying everything, and you're bubble boying it to an issue that most players don't even know about or experience. And so like, that's no disrespect to them or like their aspects or the way that they're trying to handle stuff. It's just, that's like, it's the unfortunate reality. The tighter the fist to stop something from happening, the less enjoyment people are going to have in the actual thing, like performing the actual process, because it's just you're squeezing the fun out of things, and it's a really hard thing to manage. But that's unfortunately it's true in many aspects of life. Such as the will of Kazakh Thule. What the hell? Oh, I've been rooted. Let's see. How is Ranger's bow damage looking? Assuming it's worse than melee, but is it still decent? So if you have a good bow, I think if you have a good bow, like being a bow character, a ranger, is going to be fine. And I think if you go and you get the Thunderhoof bow, I think you're going to be fine. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think that overall it's good. And then you transition that into the bow of the underfoot. I honestly think that that'll be okay. You can even, I mean, not for nothing, you could actually probably craft a decent bow, like a somewhat decent bow very early on. I don't know why I'm even casting heal. It's silly. Here, you can lay of hands, and I have mend, and I have all these other things. For whatever reason, I was just like doing it out of habit. But I do think that you can balance casters through AAs. I do think you can balance casters through corrective, like corrective mechanics. So, if you're a wizard and you have double cast or twin cast or something of that nature, you are effectively getting more damage, but there has to be an incentive, or there has to be a grind for you to achieve that more damage. And then when you switch out of that class combination, you lose that AA, and therefore it's harder to abuse. You're creating a gameplay loop which restricts you utilizing that power outside of, say, a wizard or maybe a druid. That may be the reason that you take a wizard or a druid, is so that you have twin cast or triple cast, or, you know, whatever the case may be. You have that additional system. Spell damage and healing. You could again wind those down. You could give those specifically to certain classes as a way to sort of accommodate the fact that their heals maybe are not quite as good as some of the other things. You can see I have no mana, and I don't really even care. Like, please, come on, hey, stun. I do think that a lot of that stuff. Go rogue, throwing in demand. They make rogue throw, crippling blow from behind, work from all directions. I don't right now, like, rogue throwing and berserker throwing isn't really like a huge thing. It's fun to mess around with, but there's not really a reason to do it. By the way, my lay of hands is already up. It's kind of funny. Also, we have this. Boop. Yay, lay of hands. You can also do defensive stance, which is pretty dumb. Defensive stance is kind of goofy. One of these definitely isn't just a we're gonna die, or we can feign death. I think I must be missing a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay. A bunch of my exaltations aren't even on my character. There's some work that needs to be done on how the exaltations work. It's a little funky. Sometimes when you switch classes or you move gear around, it doesn't save them where they are, and then it doesn't, like, they don't move to the next loadout. Can you equip pets with no-drop attuned items? When you equip an item to your pet, it automatically attunes it. So, like, you'll notice that I have, like, Monsoon Sword and Indo items on my pet. But if it's not already bound to you and you put it on the pet, then it binds to you. Besides track, rangers just aren't really good at any one thing, but they have a robust 2-quit. So, believe it or not, I actually think rangers come with a couple of mechanics that I think are really, really good. And I actually think that I need to test it out. I need to get a ranger up higher, which I'm going to do. But I do think that people are sleeping on attack a little bit too heavily. Rangers come with a passive that increases attack passively, and they come with a passive that affects attack passively. What the hell am I even saying out loud? Through that, I think that is going to provide a huge bonus, especially when you talk about berserkers and rogues, who right now don't really have a meaningful or impactful way of increasing their attack. Because normally they would have AAs that increase their accuracy when they do backstab or when they do frenzy. So right now, really the only way to do it is through shaman buffs and through ranger buffs. And so I do think that there may be reason or rhyme to combine those so that you're landing more frenzies and you're landing more backstabs and you're landing more strikes and things. Because like I said, right now you can frenzy like 5 attacks, but you might miss all 5, and it's really not good. So, you know, just putting it out there. No Knights post buffer S tier for sure. I played about 100 hours in 2 weeks, and I'm going to wait until classes and zones are updated to play more. Yeah, Paradox, I understand you. Do you have any ideas? Yep. We answered that. Still a hilarious film. Can you equip Dad Gaming through get to raid logging? So they announced it, right? Like they posted that. They posted what they planned on doing with instances, right? I'm pretty sure they said in the public Discord that they're modifying instance timers, right? Ranked up Windstar pumps, yep. Quick, go rogue, throwing demand, yep. I'd say combining Ranger with Fear would be must for bow focus. So bows come with a range stance, and range stance allows you to attack, and it allows you to multi-attack with your bow from point blank range. Although the multi-attack with your bow needs to be, I think it needs to be triple shot, or maybe like increased crit chance or something instead of multi-attacking, because you can already multi-attack with the bow. Evasive stance is my favorite. Evasive stance is really, really strong. The problem with evasive stance is that you burn through endurance so quickly. It's one of the reasons like I really like defensive. Did I kill them all? Guess I must have. Oh, there's some Fright Fingers in the Fright Finger house. If you wanted to make a thematic set of classes like SK Cleric Necro or Shaman Beastmaster Ranger, could that work? Absolutely. Radioactive Dino, I think honestly you would have to try to create a crappy combination right now. Like you'd actually have to go out of your way. Most of the combinations are pretty good. Like guys, I leveled as a Berserker Bard Druid, and I think Druid is probably one of the worst classes in the game right now. Like it does some things and it provides some utility, but it doesn't really do anything great. It doesn't really add anything to anything. So through that particular system, I think you would actually have to make an intentional effort to create a bad class combo. I hope that makes sense. Special axes, i.e. snare. The magic is that rogue throwing crippling blows can also trigger assassinate. No, we don't have assassinate. There's no assassinate or decap. Neither one of those systems are in the game. I don't know why I'm healing again. I'm wasting my mana. Stupid. You get so used to playing so many different combos, and you get used to having to do certain things. Normally, I'd be like life tapping. No, why? Why you do this to me? Flat spell damage seems to make life taps too strong. Yeah, but all you have to do is just make it so that life taps don't benefit from it. Right? Like you just make it so that, like right now, some of the life taps on the server don't actually, they're not impacted by Soul Abrasion. They're not impacted by improved damage. They're not impacted by improved healing. They're not impacted by healing boon or any of the like direct damage buffs. They just do what they do, and that's all they do. So, like, if that's the case, or if that's how you're going to run things, like, you can just say, these healing things... Oh, Kazakh Thule is up. You can't just say, like, these things are going to work, and these things don't work. You can make it so that life spike and life tap and things like that. Because I agree with you. I think that life tap gets out of control very quickly. Shaman Beast range would be a great setup IMO. Yep. Palbur range sounds yummy. Palbur range does. Sounds like you can't really go wrong with any combo. You have to go really out of the way. So Warrior versus SK Paladin. Warriors have cleave. They have AoE attack, which is really, really good and really, really fun. We're just going to stay in this, and I'm actually going to switch to Spellblade here so we proc some heals. can pop my shield, although you cannot use this item when it is equipped. Okay, apparently I have a different blade stopper equipped. I don't know what happened there. We can lay in hands. Turn my direction there. Does Boon of the Geru work with Soul Abrasion? That's a great question. I don't have Boon of the Geru yet. Otherwise, I would try it. It is a life tap effect. That's a good question, Observing Oak. I'm going to write that down as one to check. Boon and Soul Abrasion. You would think yes. But we did find out that they changed one of the Shadow Knight spells that used to be an AoE life tap, and on the server, instead of being an AoE life tap, it's actually a procced life tap, and it actually doesn't receive any benefit from Soul Abrasion. So it actually, because it doesn't benefit from Soul Abrasion, it actually does less damage and less healing than just straight Vampiric Embrace. But I think that's a bug. I don't think that's intended. I think that'll get fixed. That'll get modified by live. Whoa, Burr Pal Monk. Double melee? Yeah, baby. War Burr Rogue. No, Silcone. Rogues have life tap poison, which is really, really good. It's actually really strong. That's actually the build that I've been playing right now, and it's actually insane. Like the after seeing this, Dwarf is the only option. I mean, his freaking flying kick is hilarious. I'm not really doing a whole lot. It's one of the reasons, like, I've seen a lot of criticisms of content creators recently, like on Reddit and stuff, and like, why are they doing stupid stuff and why are they playing simple builds? Because it allows us to read chat and talk to you guys. It allows us to, like, actually carry a conversation with you guys and provide you with entertainment without having to be like, all right, guys, I'm just not going to talk to you. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to stare and I'm going to play like an absolute sweat this entire time. I'm never going to answer anything you say. I'm just here. And it just, you know, when we play that auto attack build, it does help a lot more. And I'm just saying that because there's some newer streamers that are streaming EQL, and like some of them have only just started streaming, and you know, cut them a little slack. It's not easy. With a 50% heal with AA, that's up every 1.5 minutes. Would Rogue Life Tap be better healing than Monk healing with Mend? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's really comparable. I mean, Mend is good and you can get critical Mend, but I think, you know, the Life Tap on there is pretty good. I don't think there's anything really that... Oh, there's a monkey over there. Why are you not aggroing me? There's another monkey up there, too. Oh, we're totally going to get those two monkeys. Why are you not attacking me, you jerk? I'm right stinking here, man. I'm right next to you. Meanwhile, like, I'm going to attack this guy. He's going to aggro that monkey, who's going to aggro the other monkey, and I'm going to have, like, 17 monkeys chasing after me now. So weird. The aggro is so bizarre. We like the monkeys. How much does plate armor impede monk mitigation? This much. I have 461 AC. If I lowered my weight down, I'd probably be bordering 500. If not over 500. Barrel of monkeys? All the monkeys. Interactive streamers are amazing. Broken is very skilled. Thanks for streaming. Thank you. Thank you, Truth. I appreciate it. Like, there's a lot of, like, newer streamers, and I kind of feel bad that they're catching a lot of slack online for like, doing certain things certain ways, and it's like... I just feel bad. 1.5 min. Never mind, that's crazy. Monk for sure. Interactive streamers, yep. Not gonna lie, when I first started watching creators, I got a bit annoyed. Everyone was playing builds very similar to each other. Not exact, but common. Classes showing up for all. Honest, though, not that big. Roughnar, Bobnar. Yeah, there's definitely something to say about that. When it comes to, like, EQL, because it's a beta and not all the systems are in place yet, you're going to be more likely to run into specific class combos, too, because, like, you know, people aren't really going to be inclined to play things that are half-baked. You know, they're going to probably avoid things that aren't entirely filled out yet. Meanwhile, I'm a dummy, and I was like, you know what sounds like a great idea? I'm going to play Druid. I'm gonna level up Druid the entire way. That sounds like the most fun thing that I could possibly do. Only worn weight matters. Yes, only worn weight. This one right here. Only what you're wearing. I'm just happy you're not a frickin' bard. I used to be. Lustrious Russet is not in. Aggro range is tiny, but social aggro can be huge. Yes. Adil, the way the server burns in its own way is a slow burn. If you want to level all the classes and whatnot, yeah, I actually agree. So I put out a video before, and I'm actually going to update this. I keep talking about these 3 videos that I'm going to come out with tomorrow. There is definitely going to be a revision on my view of like whether or not I'm going to play the game or not, because I was like, I don't know, like it depends on this. And there's still some variables out there that could make me not play this at launch. One really good example is like if they're like $50 box price, you know, or something crazy like that, like I would probably pass on that. That would be a bit much. But I'm also a cheap ass, and I do in fact mean I am a cheap ass. Like I don't like paying a lot of money for stuff. So that's my prerogative. That's my thing, not necessarily their thing. Heresy brothers. Burn the heretic. IMO Warrior should have the highest ceiling for mitigation. It does. Warrior does have the highest ceiling for mitigation. Does Frenzy hit with both weapons if you're dual wielding? Isn't the whole point? Foxy, two-handers are currently broken with Frenzy, and two-handers currently suck. They don't scale. They don't scale as well as one-handers, unfortunately, because of the leveling system. Just happy you're not playing a bar. I've seen one stream of someone playing a ranger. Yeah, I played that ranger that one day. I could be leveling a ranger now, I suppose. I will, do you guys want me to, I could, like, next week when we do things, I could level my ranger on stream next week. I could hold off on it. Also, stop, where the hell did you just frickin' throw me? I don't even know where the hell even am I? Where are you? Where the hell? Game G, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, God. All right, come on. We need to kill this goddamn... We need to kill this guy. Guy's being a jerk. Sorry, I've got, like, a horrible cough. All right, we should be able to murder these guys quick. Come on, get dead. Also, Slay Undead kind of sucks. Not for nothing. Slay Undead is not very good. I would not be leaning so hard on Slay Undead. If that's your intention in your build, Slay Undead is not something I would consider as reliable. Does Berserker Stance work for pets? As far as, like, what? Does Berserker Stance work for pets, like... I don't know, how would Berserker Stance... Oh, god damn it, another Scareling. Actually, you know what? Go away. I'm going to drop that. That Scareling is going to fuck me. The double damage? What? There's no... What do you mean double damage? There's no double damage. Is the release date still sometime in July? I haven't heard anything updated. As far as I know, everything's still scheduled and supposed to be in July. Ranger is going to be so good between now and Velius. Fear mobs must be out the... the Ranger page on EQ Wiki seems to indicate that they can synergize with Incasters well. I'd like to see that in action. You wanna see that in action? I think that Ranger Wizard is going to be really good, and that's what I'm going to play. When I level my my classes up, I want a Ranger Wizard. Double attack speed. Oh, okay. So double attack speed is... Fuck, man. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe. All right. Yeah, the double attack speed doesn't get conferred to your pet or anything like that. Monk, obviously. Scareling's always done that. Yeah, I know. It's just annoying. I don't know. Where did the little shitter go? He was over here somewhere. Aggro me, you jerk. That is the problem. It's like the social aggro. Because I can walk out here and there's literally no risk. But the literal second I aggro one thing, it's like, we're pulling the whole half of the zone over on you. Perfectly good example. Shiverback right there. I'm going to hit him. I'm going to hit him with a stun. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. They are. Tentacle Tormentor. Goodbye, buffs. I hated you anyway. You're stupid. I don't like you. Go away. Go away. Who needs buffs? Buffs are stupid. But I just got here. No, I like my buffs. Terror life tap. Bloop. Oh, thanks. You pushed me further back towards the wall. What a kind, gentle soul you are. Let's see here. They saw how OP Sagat and THA, and they don't like that. I don't know. Looks like your wife knows hidden jutsu, front barrel roll. Oh my god, yeah. They got front barrel roll. They got back barrel roll. There's all kinds of barrel rolls. You here, boy. Knock me around, you jerk. It's so weird because, like, the last class I was playing has such insane damage that now playing this feels like molasses. This used to feel really good. I've been playing Berserker Berserker Rogue Shadow Knight, and that is crazy DPS. Absolute insane DPS. Gagum Grim, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. Hit that like button. When Plane of Fear came out, there was no level rec. Guilds were bringing level 1 twinks. You could actually, Cardigans, you could still sneak level 1s into the zone. You can piggy them in. It's debaucherous work, but you can piggy them in. When Plane of Fear, yep, also there was plate armor that Ranger could use. They still can. That's called Thorny Vine. Thorny Vine armor is plate armor. It is green. That is Aradune's armor. He has your Ranger BP. Ooh. That is certainly not the normal Plane of Fear aggro range from Live EQ. Combat roll. Huzzah! That's actually pretty decent. I read Ruffnar. I figured it would be slow. Ooh. Oh, Shiverback gloves, eh? Okay, okay. I figured it would be slow, but straight up super tank would be cool to be if it turned out to be a strong combo. Yeah, for sure. Good old Thorny Vine. I'll start as an Ixar Shadow Knight, so SK Rogue Burr sounds like something. Oh, Foxy. It is really fun. The poisons are really good. The life tap procs are really good. Feign death, stealth, just like auto attacking like an absolute nerd. From 1 to level 30, I would walk up to something like this. I would literally just, in Berserker stance, I would just walk up to it, and I'd go like this, and I'd turn auto attack on like that, and it would just die instantly. It would be a round of attacks, and the frenzy, and the backstab, and it would just die. Boom, dead. It was great. I loved it. Also, Berserker stance is insanely strong. It's so much damage. And it makes things fly through so much faster. What the fuck is that flip? That is flying kick. That is flying kick. You're talking about... Ready? Oh, nope. He teleported me. You jerk. Yep, that's flying kick. Oh, God damn it. Stop teleporting me. I'm trying to show these people cool stuff. There we go. Now he's dead. All right, here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah, oh, flying kick. Netflix build. Yeah, right. Chuck Norris. We've got Bruce Lee over here. Maybe Brandon Lee. Brainless nerd build. Love it. Yeah. Warrior Cleric X can kill anything. Might take a week though. Yeah, I've heard Cleric is really good. BS, how is Burr Rogue SK do no longer boss fights solo? Enough sustain. So, Ziev, I haven't gotten there yet, but I will let you know by the end of the weekend. What I will say is my DPS is not... It's not auto, like, instant kill at level 30. but it is still very good. And I think that given the absurd level of AAs that I have, I think that it'll probably be fine. Now, that being said, I do have an absurd level of AAs. I know 244 doesn't seem absurd. This is a lot. You don't get to control how many AAs that you get. So, like, this amount of playtime that I've put into getting this many AAs is kind of absurd. All things considered. I'm also going to quick buff myself. Is there a cap on AAs? I have not seen it yet. Shut up, nerd. Shut up. Hey, what's your playtime, nerd? Nerd, what's your playtime? /play. Post it. You won't. No balls. Absurd. For long fights, put a good life tap on gem, 1 slot, and get blood point procs for weapons. Well, blood points are Kunark. Lay of hands and harm touch do not share a cooldown. Flying, front, full, back, yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, they can like do this, and they get this. They get a backflip, front flip, backflip. Triple flip, sow, cow, whatever skating word it is. Bearding lead, Dorfly, that animation needs speed up about 67%. Cardigan's roll, I actually agree with you. But it is cool. It looks cool because it is slower. I think if you sped it up, it might look a little jarbled. Like, your character might, like, crumple into a little ball and spin. I thought Warmonk Sham would be legit, cleave and round kick. I think Warmonk Sham is actually a really good idea. Shaman and Necro actually synergize really well with dots, but unfortunately, dots... I'm probably never going to live in my favorite world, which is where dots are just like an amazing primary source of damage. 8 days, 16 hours played? Jesus Christ. You've got me beat by almost like over 3 days. Does 237A buy everything in general and archetype for a combo? Here, you guys want to see? Look, this is what I have. This is my general. This is archetype. This is class. And the only thing in special is Bane. Cool. Oh, he just pulled all my fetid. Mother fudger. Oh, no, he laid down. Here, I'll... Can I grab this? I can't, but I have 2. Did I just get only 2? Oh, okay. Okay, I see you there. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Nice. Cool. Great. The Ogre Dropkick kills me. It's so funny. Awesome. Are there limitations on 3 classes you can choose to be? Limitations. The only limitation is your primary class, and it's locked into your race. With increased med time out of combat, you don't need a super sustain build for everything. Sometimes better just rip and tear. Yeah, fair. Meta right now is Warclare Sham for bosses and Warclare Bard for everything else. Yeah, I'm not like a super excited boy about... Oh, I guess these guys are wanting to group. Oh, I hit accept and it did nothing. Let's see. Braxis, thank you so much for the follow. Palber Monk was something I actually considered. How is a trio high end difficulty could drop Monk for Shaman for more sustain and buffs, I guess. No, you don't need to. There's literally no reason. Oh, wait, I'm getting buffs. Weird. Am I in a raid? I think I'm getting hit by stuff. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Weird. Bueller? I'm gonna make a Beast Rogue Sham. Hell yeah. I don't think, like, Shaman is really good. Slow is strong, but it's not really, like... I wouldn't say that's 100% necessary for most fights. It might be better in higher difficulties, and I'm not gonna lie. I do. Someone threw a criticism at them during their last stream, which was sort of aligned in the fact that, like, adding more hit points to something doesn't necessarily constitute difficulty. And I gotta be honest with you, I kind of agree with that particular feeling. When something is double classed or triple classed, it actually increases the hit points on it massively. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, THJ was an interesting server because they actually, like, lowered the hit points of mobs more than once, because it was just like, you're just wasting time, really. You're going in, you're attacking something for a long period of time, and it just gets it gets kind of boring. It gets kind of old quick, right? How hard is it to change race for people new to EQ? I'm worried about missing out on Ogre frontal stun immunity. Great question. We don't know. Ogre's tough right now. So Ogre is a little hard to judge, because the 3 factions you need to raise for Ogre aren't super easy to get up. There's not quests to increase all 3 factions for Ogre. I do think that, like, well, I know because I talked to Secrets that they do absolutely intend on changing that. It's just it's a little tough. You know, oh my god, Collidingus neurons. Thank you for saying that. You win a cookie. You win a cookie. I meant to test this. What am I looking for? L. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you, because you just reminded me that I meant to look at something. Colliding neurons. No, I like colliding. I like Collidingus. Collidingus is way cooler. Way cooler. No, colliding neurons. Great. How you doing, man? I'm gonna make party window closed. I wasn't actually in a party. The invite wore out. But this reminds me of something that I meant to check on. Too much yeah, exactly. My niche as a Stein and Maguk power farmer finally comes into the spotlight. So, how are you going to kill the Kalandi fish? Are you just going to keep killing the Kalandi fish yourself? How's that work? How's that going to happen? When is EQL set to debut? Chase, what's going on, man? July. Sometime in July. Someday. Too much hit points, must fun. I had an EQ ever. THA, Miss Moore, Monk, Beast, Claire, just murdering death. Yeah, that's true. How hard is it to change race? So you have to faction grind to change race. Okay, so this is kind of weird. So, like, if you want to do barbarians, for instance, right? You have to get your Rogues of the White Rose, Wolves of the North, and Merchants of Hollis faction to maximum before you can unlock barbarians. And so that can be easy and that can be hard, right? Dark Elves is an easy one. I think High Elves and what was the other one? Why am I'm like running aimlessly into nothing? I think High Elves and Wood Elves are pretty easy. You can do the Muffins quest and you can do the Wine quest. Some races seem easy, and as Stoic pointed out, literally impossible at the moment. Yeah, so it's weird. I don't know. Hey, does anybody who's in the game, does anybody know, is there a loop to getting the Ixar one yet? Is there any type of loop that exists? Have they put in any kind of quests or anything that allow you to do the Ixar expansion faction yet? I haven't looked at that one yet. There is a wiki guide for known quests unlocking. Yeah, there is, but that wiki guide isn't always accurate. We tried to poke around at it the other day. I was very thankful that all the Sky quests are on there. That was nice. The one made for EQL. Yes, yeah. So the one made for EQL doesn't have a lot of the updates and the changes that they made with the patches. Some races seem really easy. Start saving bone chips for Ixar. Right? Yeah. Maybe do bone chips. If my friend plays cleric, bard, rogue, what would your third slot for pal, burr, monk? Rogue, pal, burr, it all depends. Actually, wait a minute. Claire, bard, rogue. Big Wilfred, pick a port class so you can get the rituals, because the rituals are probably one of the coolest things in the game. These rituals, you can... I leveled a druid all the way up, and so I have all these access to all these portals because I leveled a druid up. I don't have to play a druid anymore. I just get access to all of these, which is great. Start saving. Yep, I used to wiki to unlock human, but it took way more booze than wiki said as an Ixar. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the problem. I don't think it's like broken. I mean, I think they're doing really well, and I think that they're putting together some good stuff. I'm kind of lucky that guy didn't just come over here and decide to like, oh, you think we're like, you know what? I don't even care. Screw you. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We had a whole conversation about whether or not you could get XP off these guys. Oh, they hit hard. Actually, I'm gonna kill an inner one. Never mind. Someone asked a question about the guards. A lot of the guards give reduced XP, and a lot of the guards were adjusted, and their like loot tables and stuff suck. All right, come here. Give me one of you. Come here. I'm just gonna kill you, and then I'll zone the other two. Okay. Just drops a shield. I think that's reduced XP, but otherwise looks okay. Also, Emerald Warriors is the only up. Everything else is down. Okay, that's fine. Interesting. Okay, but now that we're in here, the whole reason we came is that we want to switch to... Where's one of those enchanter ones that we had? This one. Swap. I use the wiki to unlock human. Half elf unlocks for free if you start as a human or wood elf, and half elf has the option to change starting city and thus origin point. Why would you change race though? As start as a dwarf and you're done. Fair. If Ixar require necrofaction, bone chips will only get you part of the way. It doesn't... So the Ixar aren't the formal Ixar that you would think. It's an expansion. Like, they added a whole Ixar city. And that Ixar city is the Ixar expansion faction. Like, they've expanded into an area. And so the faction you have to get for that is a little goofy. Let's see here. We'll go into... Whoa, a silicone slapback super chat for $10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. You're a great person. Thank you so much. What's been my favorite trio so far? I think I'm enjoying the SK Rogue Berserker the most right now. I understand that it is on me entirely, but I want so badly for Warrior Necro Shaman to be a thing. But if I like the gameplay stuff that I have done, I think by far the SK Rogue Berserker has been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Rogues surprised me in a big way. I was not expecting Rogue to be as good as it was. It kind of blew my mind. Why Rogue? The poisons. The poisons at all. Do the Zac build, Warneck Wiz. I actually don't. The Warneck Wiz thing, yeah, that's not, I don't even think that would be all that great here. Because your life taps aren't gaining the bonuses with that build. Show us the SK Rogue Berserker. I will. Give me 1 sec. I want to test this out, and then we can go show that off. Palberg, what about Palberg Rogue? Yeah, you could do that too. I mean, there's nothing really like one way or the other about that combination that's like requiring the SK necessarily. The life taps obviously help, and having Soul Abrasion helps, but the Paladin has the heals and stuff, and will have all the access to the heal buffs. The only thing you won't have is you won't have Feign Death, which comes with the Shadow Knight, but it's... Honestly, I barely ever use it. Paladin SKX. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. It's a little redundant, but I think that if you want to play a Paladin and SK together, I think that it's fine. I don't think there's any, like, bad aspect of it. It's just, you run into some pretty hard redundancies. What myths? Why Stoic? Of course, the man, the myth, the legend. Divinity, what's going on, baby? Rogue poisons seem like mini bard-esque. Yeah. So that's what feels so great about them. The poisons added utility to a class that has historically just never had utility, right? Like, they've just never had, like, the bonuses and things that come along there. And it just makes it that much more interesting. If someone is interested in cheese balling and a druid, I would do wizard over druid. I would do wizard for sure over druid. Okay, this quest was broken the other day when I tried it. Oop, wrong way. We're gonna try and make it work. See if they fixed it. Oh, wait, they fixed it. Okay, all right. We're about to do stuff. We're about to do stuff real quick. This did not work the other day. I tried it. I actually tried to level this way. I have no idea how many this is going to take. So we'll just buy 300 and we'll see if that's enough. I don't know. Will this explode if I hand him 100 at a time? Does Harm Touch get a reducer like late? Yes. So Paladins get an ability called Smite, and the SK get an ability called Reeve. They're managed differently, but they both reduce the cooldowns. I have no idea what just happened. Did we do all 300? Did we just eat the server? Dark Bargainers. Okay. We need more, though. We need more. How much do we need? Oh, wait. It says ally. Oh, they're not max ally, though. Dumb. Wait. Did we... Wait. What? What? Do I have to log out? Oh, you have to push it the rest of the way. All right, all right, all right. 100 should be enough, yeah. Oh, wait, no, 100 won't be enough. That's 500. Max is like... shit. Where's that ability? Where? Son of a bear. There we go. 2,000. Oh, no. That should get me there. God damn it. I keep making that turn. Okay. Easiest race to unlock. I mean, this is pretty easy, but there's a couple of other ways to do these two. There we go. Race unlock Dark Elf. Boom. Cool. We have unrocked Dark Elf. We can now go over here, click on something, edit, and now we have Dark Elf as an option. Cool beans. Cool beans. Unlocked. But if it's easy, I'll start something else. Yeah. Is Dwarf easy to get? I was going to start Dwarf Paladin. So, there's a Dwarf Bone Chips. There's the CB belts. So, handing in Crushbone belts and Crushbone pads will get you Dwarf faction. So, not like instant easy, like going to a vendor and buying a shitload of wine and then walking over and handing them all in. but there's plenty of ways to get the faction, so it's not terrible. It's not awful. Or you could just click the mask. True, you could do illusions if you wanted to. Are normal lore quest items not lore in EQL? So nothing is lore by like its base. So like, see how it says lore equipped on there? Lore equipped, which means it's lore if I put it on, but like I can't have two if I'm wearing one. But if like it's just sitting here, it's not lore. Hopefully that makes sense. Bingo. But if easy, I'll start something else. LOL, here's a few years supply of wine. Thanks for the ally. Yeah, right. I'm not a fan of how they're handling race and class unlocks. Lando, I honestly think that class unlocks are a little rough, but hear me out. It's not as long as you, this was one of my big complaints initially, okay? So hear me out. As long as you pick a primary class that you think you are going to enjoy. So for me, I was like, you know what? Berserker sounds like a lot of fun. I normally like Warrior. I normally like Shaman. I normally like Necro. So I unlocked Necro as my second. But I was like, I'm going to play the Berserker. And honestly, the Berserker has been a great choice for me because it's just mixed really well with a lot of the other classes that I've been leveling up. But if you were to like pick a primary class like Druid, I think that would feel bad for me personally right now because Druid isn't filled out. That would feel kind of funny. If I picked Wizard as my primary and I wasn't completely comfortable with playing Wizard for me, then that would probably feel bad. Same thing with any other class. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you need to decide for yourself, like, what is a class that I always enjoy playing? That should probably be your primary class. Because the reality is, you can then go back and you can level all these other classes. You can play all these other classes alongside it. And that really kind of changes your experience and the way that you move in the world. That being said, if you pick something that you hate, the only way that we know of right now to change it is to essentially delete your character. Or play your character all the way through Sky and then complete all the Sky quests for that particular class. And that's rough. This is a lot of work. This is not a casual menagerie process. You're hooked. Rev, what's going on, baby? Lore equipped. Lore equipped. Love it. So all you have to do is wine quest to unlock DE. Yeah, that's all you have to do. Wine quest will be super easy. Will legacy items be permanent in the game like Project Quorum, or will it be a poop sock race to get them? You can summon your own instance, JD. There's no promise. I have not heard them say that all legacy items will be in the game or even available. So I wouldn't plan on it. I wouldn't plan on anything being like Project Quorum, frankly. Project Quorum is an emulator built on the Mac client, and this is not on the Mac client, and this is not an emulator. Is the lore item changed because you want multiples of a like? Yeah. If you couldn't have two of the same item, then you couldn't upgrade anything. Does Warrior Cleave proc weapons, or is it primary target only? Driznar, in my experience, it's been primary target only. I'm in that situation now. I picked Monk, my main class. I played a ton of combinations with it, but now I want to try stuff without Monk, and I'm stuck having to level to 50. Exactly. Everybody loves Sky. What do you mean? Don't you get a token at 50? Yes, you do. You get a token at 50, and that's when I chose Necro. Yep. So, yes. Actually, I understand. So, yes, you do get a token at 50. You can do that. You don't have to complete all the Sky quests for everything. But when you get that token, you better pick a class you like, because if you don't, you're stuck with a second class that you might not like, that you might hate. And that feels bad. So, no, again, guys, you can spawn instances of every single zone in the game, so you don't have to worry about competing for loot or items. And even better, it has personalized loot. So if you group with other people and items, like, you all get items. There's no reason. Is there a cash shop yet? No, there's no cash shop yet. Rigo, what's going on, baby? Can you do the raid instances now, or are they still only raid zones? Reina, you can do like group raids. So like the other day, Osiris and Nerd and I were going through doing all the raids and stuff like that. Unless, are you talking about like spawning an instance for yourself in like Soul Row? Hoping to get a beta key for it before July. But what if the XP is Soul B and not kill Nagi? They changed the way some of that works. Actually, I don't know if they actually fully fixed that yet, though. We can go check real quick. Let's see here. We can go check. Lava storm. I will get locked out, but then we can go check something else. Lava storm. Clicked. SkyQuest items have been simplified as well. Yes, Slazik, great point. The quests to complete stuff have been simplified. There's still a random part to it, and you still have to be able to go to Island 8 and complete all the quests from 1 to 8. But yes, they have been simplified. You also need to be able to kill the Afrides as well. Noise. Ugh, dyeing my daughter's hair. Ooh, what color? I think I'm going for a tank priest class as your two mains is a safe bet, to be honest. Yeah, tase me, bro. Always, if you stick to the Holy Trinity, you will probably always have a good experience. I wonder how they will handle Sleeper when the time comes. We don't even know that Velius is going to be the the second expansion that they're going to drop. They have openly said that they have no requirement. I don't know why. I am a Berserker Warrior Enchant. Level 18. Don't die. Don't die. We've got this. We can make it. We'll be fine. What could go wrong? Stay away. You're not my real dad. You're 11. You're 11. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything's okay here. What have I done? I should have changed my classes while I was in there, but whatever. It's fine. All right, there we go. It better be Velius. They have openly said that they don't have to follow that order. They can drop expansions because this is an alternate timeline. They can follow whatever expansions, whatever system they want. So, there's no requirement necessarily for them to do it that way. All right. Nope. Looks like you still can't. You still cannot create instances of zones where there is raid targets. So there you go. The pudding has been proven. Just got here. What's been tested? What's going on, combo? So much. We've tested so much. You can break fishing roles. Here. Boop. We can break a fishing rod. We've showed off all the Beast Lord pets that we could. We did what wood elves look like in robes. Striker stance, offensive stance. Oh yeah, we haven't done the FD pet to avoid faction hit yet. We can actually do that in a second. I am kind of curious about that one. And then Bandolier and proc rates obviously is a big one, but we are getting really close to finishing it up. I miss Broken Soak breaking his rod. Ooh, we were working that rod real hard, Love Wow. We were working it real hard. Okay. We need to go... Where do I want to do this at? So it's like GW1 with instance zones and personal loot. By the way, how are you? Jumper J, I'm doing well, man. How are you? So could you, like, spawn up an instance right there in there? Yeah, like, so if I want to, I can spin an instance up right here. Although, actually, it says instance unavailable. I wonder if this is because it's a raid instance, technically. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder, because technically there is a raid here. I don't know if that's why that is, though. But yes, you technically, you can roll up an instance of most zones. I'm not sure why you can't do that in Lava Stone. That's interesting. Rituals. Okay, let's go to... I kind of want to go to... Wait. We were going to try... Actually, let's go to a zone where I can change my class combo first. What are we going to try? We're going to try and feign death, and we're going to try and kill something while feign death to see if I still get a faction hit, even though my pet is the thing killing. Okay. Gate. Nope. Rituals. Gate. Whoa. Reyna. Primal almost killed EQ. I hope they delay the order. Just got here. What's been tested? Do you have to be on a class to turn in, get Sky class? Vadim, I had the classes equipped that I did the turn-ins for. I have not raised the classes up to the level of being able to test that out yet, but once I do, I will let you know. Kalandi fish, I demand fish test. What, for the fricking massive, awful, terrible fricking negative 500 faction hit? You're evil. You're evil. Why would you want to do that to me? Let's see here. Okay. So what are we testing? We need to test... Oh, wait. We can go to Necro Warrior Shaman, right? Swap. Okay. Now we need to test out whether or not having our pet... We need a pet. That's feign death. Let's test pet. Pet. There we go. All right. And then let's go... What's something that's going to give me a faction? Oh, yeah. Crushbone stuff. We can go up to Crushbone. Okay. Oh, Lord, that fish. Plonk. I would test it on these, but they don't even give faction here. Let's see here. Kalani Fish. What was the verdict on Striker versus offensive stance? Striker seemed much stronger when I tested it. So Lando, there's a problem with Striker versus, like, it's not as simplified as which one's better. The problem becomes that Striker stance utilizes more stamina. So if you're looking to like stance dance, because it's not really like very quick process, but if you're looking to stance dance, then Striker is okay. Offensive utilizes stamina less. Then you also have Berserker stance, which, you know, is also a contender in that little trio, so to speak. And depending on the weapons that you're using makes a difference, because the way that strategy is calculated and the weapons that you're using determines how much stamina you're using. So it really impacts like which one is better. I hope that made sense. It's definitely nice avoiding Sir Lucan if it works. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I didn't think about that. Do charmed pets cause a faction hit if they kill the mob? Yes. Yeah. How are you porting when set up as a Zerker Warrior Chanter? Rituals. ASMR. Rituals. They added this really cool system in the game called Rituals. Whoops. That's not what I want to do. They added this thing where you can actually cast... Because I leveled up a druid, I have access to all the druid spells, even though I don't have the druid selected. Rituals are a really cool thing. This is one of my favorite parts of EQL. So you have all these rituals that allow you to, like, literally, I can port a group, I can bind, I can gate, I can shrink, and I can do all these things no matter what class I'm playing, which is really kind of cool. Okay, so we are going to feign death, and then I'm going to stick my pet in. Okay, so we're going to test this out, and then I'm going to test it with not... It's going to be fighting, and then I'm going to feign death in the middle. Never mind. I don't even think we need to. There's no faction hit. We didn't get a faction hit. So you can feign death and sick your pet in and avoid faction hits. You don't get good, but you don't get bad. That's pretty good. Yeah. Have any endurance heal line like they did back at release? Endurance? Oh, you're talking about invigorate? That was removed from the game, like, entirely. To unlock the ritual, do you have to have achieved the level of the spell? Yes, Travis Benson. So you have to level like Jesus Christ. You have to level either a wizard or a druid to like roughly like 25 to 29 to unlock all of the gates and ports and everything. And then once you do that, you have all access to them regardless of whatever you do. Kalandi Fish, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Berserker Stance still better than all of them, right? Depends on the situation, Big Wolford. Berserker Stance is really good and really strong, but if you don't remove the, like, if you don't dispel a damage shield, Berserker Stance can hurt real bad, real fast. Could it just be because Pet did all the damage? Could you attack again, don't do damage, but be unfeigned? Yeah. Here you go. Faction hit. Does War BP have Invigorate, Clicky, and Kunark? Invigorate in Kunark is a heal, not an actual endurance buff. Can you do FD quest turn-ins? Yes, you can. Could it be just because Pet did all the damage? Yeah, we tested that. Oh, hi, Osiris. Hello. Silicone, also, I don't know if you're still here. So this is by far my favorite combo so far. Where is he? There he is. Hopefully I have all the gear and stuff on me still. Nope, I don't have my primary and secondary. But that's because I think I unequipped them before. Wasn't I testing stuff? Wait, where the fudge are they? No. Well, there's my offhand. Secondary. Where's my primary? Did I sell my primary? Oh my god, please tell me no. Existential crisis. Existential crisis averted. Existential crisis averted. I was about to have a moment. I was about to have a real moment there. About to have a real moment. Oh, man. What's going on, Dean? Alright, so one of the reasons I like this combo. A senior moment? God damn it. You're a senior moment. Broken having crash out. His snake tooth is missing. It's kind of funny. I hate it here. You guys are so mean. I'm just trying to be like a nice guy. I'm just trying to show you stuff and then show you can break your fishing pole. And I remembered I sold all those rusted daggers after I was fishing, and I was like, oh, please, no, they have the same icon. Stab. Okay, let me show you guys how this build performs. We will go. I'm gonna go to Soul B. I think most things are like yellow and red there, so we'll go there. I keep going back there. Stonebrunt, Lava Storm. I'm built here still. Yeah, so this is my favorite one, and I'll show you why. Once I get over there, I'm gonna use the disciplines here for the poisons. These are really good. What level is Soul A? Like 20. SK, it's SK Berserker Rogue. It's been a lot of fun. Maybe they could implement a favorite system where you can mark items. So, you were thirsty. Yeah, that would be great. I like that. I like that. But unfortunately, I'm stupid, and half the time I will pay attention to the damn chat, and I'll be like, just like clicking sell, like some kind of dumb. All right. Guys, poisons, okay? Poisons. Blood siphon. Asp venom. Ass venom. Get your ass venom, guys. It's really good. It's all ass venom. And then weakening poison. And then stunning venom. And you can see I have 4 poisons. 4. Boop, 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 boop. Okay? Feels good. Feels good. And we're going to run our little butthole over to Soul B. And I'm going to run around on my axe, murder everything. Can you use all the gates when not being the class? Yes. Yeah. Menno Mage. Yeah. You can definitely do that through rituals. You just have to level your class up high enough to get the gates. And once they're unlocked, you get them as rituals. Is there a recovery option like live? Oh, yes, there are. And you have to use recovery tokens. There are recovery tokens. Yes, shrink is the same way. Bind is the same way. Gate is the same way. Oh, getting a little stiff in the chair. You know, it's my old age sitting in the same goddamn place. All right, there's trouble. Who's this troublemaker? Hey, guys, you see this person right here? I heard that they cause all kinds of trouble on the internet. Yeah, this one right here. I heard all about their troublemaking. I heard they cause lots of trouble on the internet. Troublemaking, indeed. All right. We're going somewhere else. I might have to get that for my note. Dude, hold up. So watch. This, like, it's crazy. All right, here. First guy. I don't even care. 3? Who cares? Harm touch. Dead. Here, you guys can look at my combat log. Bow, 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 bow. Dead. Stab. Jumper J, thank you so much for the lurk. Stab. Oh, beast. What's up, baby? Stab. Blend. Blender. Blend. Meow. Hey there, how you doing? What's up? 3? Oh, we can do 3. We got 3. You want to do 3? Defensive stance. I'm not attacking quite as fast. My damage has been lowered as a result. But look, mono hands. I will have to turn auto attack back on. So that is a thing. But otherwise, it's so good. It feels so good. I know you explained it one day. I was in stream, but aside from only one Exalt proc and a two-hander, can you explain the downsides of the way two-handers currently work? Yes. So currently, two-handers and Frenzy don't work. It doesn't calculate the damage. Also, because of the way that the leveling up of items works, you can very easily get an equal to ratio from a one-hander that you could a two-hander, and it almost always attacks faster. And because attacking faster is going to trigger double attack, triple attack, dual wield more frequently, you're getting more attacks. And two-handers don't currently produce the top level of damage that they normally, like, so when you swing a two-hander, you would think like, oh, I'm going to hit for like 400 damage, or I'm going to hit for 300 damage. And sometimes it does. But in most cases, it's actually only hitting for like 100, 150, sometimes like around 200, which you can actually achieve using one-handers, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, two-hand frenzy is broke. Yeah, I'm sure it'll, like, listen, guys, I'm sure they'll fix it. But it's just a matter of like right now, it just doesn't work. So once that happens, once they fix that, it might be better. The other thing to pay attention to, and this is a more structurally difficult issue to fix, is that the way that endurance works is it is a percentage of the damage that you do. compared against your strategy skill. If you hit for 300 and you're in offensive stance, or if you're in striking stance, you will use so much more endurance than if you hit for 150 and your strategy skill will eat all that percentage, and thus you will lose less up to none endurance. Hopefully I said that in a way that makes sense. I need to find a good way of explaining that because I got to put that in a video. But it's the issue becomes like when you're talking about stances and when you're talking about like slinking your endurance, like using two one-handers because they don't hit quite as hard is almost always going to be better. You're gonna be raw on damage nonstop. I don't even care that he died, but you're gonna be raw on damage nonstop because you're just not burning through endurance as quickly. Whereas with a two-hander, you're swinging it and you're literally watching chunks of your endurance disappear. Maybe they should make two-hander delay go down when the weapon's leveled. So if they make the delay go down, then the problem becomes is that they lose the bonus damage that they do. I think the solution lies somewhere in how the bonus damage is calculated. I actually think that the damage number should go up, and maybe it should even go up by 2 points instead of 1 point. Or flip, the damage bonus attached to the weapon should actually be increased as it goes up, as opposed to the flat damage. The only problem is that's, I don't know how many of you guys play dice games, but the problem with increasing the bonus damage is that it will change the ratio overall, and that won't be reflected in the number that is posted like on the weapon. So like you might look at a weapon and think that it's worse even though it's actually better. Did I explain that? Did I explain that okay? So what is the benefit of Burr? Yeah, it's you're increasing your attack speed by a crap load, and it's good pretty much like across the board. It's just better. It's crazy. Just have a one-handed tactics and a two-handed tactics. Ooh. Well, why would you create yet another skill, though? I don't know, like, if you created a whole nother skill for two-handers, I think that... Because it wouldn't be exclusive, and then you'd have to code everything attached to that twice. I don't know, maybe. Maybe that would work. How often are rogue poisons actually proccing? A ton. I know I'm casting that, but it's because I was trying to get my health up. Let's see if we've got named up. All right. We're going to aggro that one if I'm not careful. That's just a greater. There's going to be a shaman on the other side of this wall. Okay. Just watch this window. Watch this window right here. Actually, you know what? Here, I'll do you one better. Here. There you go. There you go. How's that? All right, ready? That's Siphon Life. That Siphon Life is a poison proc. Bear in mind also that when you're in Berserker stance, your abilities are coming off cooldown faster. So I'm backstabbing more frequently. I'm kicking more frequently. I'm reaving more quickly, which is getting harm touch off cooldown faster. So did you guys see how that played through? Did you guys see how much the poisons were proccing, how much the reave was going through, all that stuff? Well, it depends on how you wanted to manage it, because tactics... So, by adjusting tactics, you're really only solving... you're you're really only solving one part of the problem, right? Like if you just increase tactics or you change the way tactics works, that doesn't somehow just automatically make two-handers work. It just fixes the endurance issue. They don't, because the overall problem is that because if you miss, or because if the swing happens and you don't have enough attack, or you're attacking something that's higher level, you are basically like just at a disadvantage. Sure, when you roll the dice, you're basically rolling a D100 instead of a D20. So on a D20, the average of rolling half damage or higher damage is roughly 50%, right? But the average of rolling a 20 on a D100 is 1 in 5. So like you're basically like, yes, you can roll higher, but you're not necessarily always rolling higher. And the problem with what would typically happen in live EQ is there are AAs that support the damage that a two-hander would do, thus increasing the average of the roll. So like when you roll the D100, it would say you roll the D100 and then you add, say, 50 damage to the calculation. So your roll, even if you roll a 1, you're going to do 51 damage on a D100. Does that make I may be like being entirely fucking confusing here, and I'm not. That's not my intention. I'm just trying to like describe it in a way that I think makes sense to people. Thoughts first, Rogue versus Monk in this build. So Monk absolutely works in this build. You get Feign Death, you get Strikes, you get you get Mend, which are all great. In fact, I think Mend might even add a little bit survivability. Hobbit Life, thank you so much for the follow. I think you get a little bit more like survivability. You get a little more fun, but as you saw, like those poisons proccing and the life stealing happening, and you saw all that stuff interacting, that is massive. Like that's, in my opinion, that's huge, and that's part of what's making this build like live as long as it is. And I think we're gonna have to push it, and we're gonna have to level some gear up. But I do think that late game, I think that those poisons might actually be the reason that we might actually be able to clear bosses. It's not going to be super simple, but I think it's doable. Yeah, I don't know yet. I have to level it up, but once we do get high enough and once we can gear it out, I will definitely be, this might be, like, so far, this has been my favorite to play. Out of all the builds and all the weird, funky things that I've tried, this has been crazy and a lot of fun. And you know, next week on Wednesday is our next day that we plan on streaming. And so when we do that, I'll actually save the Ranger Wizard, whatever, for then. And we'll do Ranger Wizard on stream, and we'll show you guys. I don't know what I'm going to mix with that. I may be able to unlock another race between now and then. We'll see what happens. But tomorrow I definitely have like a lot of work to do on videos and stuff, because I plan to release 3 videos, and I have to do a bunch of lore shorts as well. Oh, are you killing the noble? You are killing the noble, you bugger. Have you only ran SK with these two? You tried Pally at all? Yeah, I've leveled Pally all the way to 50. I've leveled, so here's what I've done so far. I've leveled Bard to 50, I've leveled Berserker to 50, I've leveled Druid to 50, I've leveled Monk to 50, I've leveled Paladin to 50, and then almost everything else is like 28, 30, with the exception of Wizard, Cleric. Wizard and Cleric are the only two that I just haven't touched at all. You can do my shorts. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Paladin, Ranger, Wizard. If I can unlock another class, then sure, I'll definitely try that out. How did Pally compare to SK? Pally's really strong. If I'm being frank, I think Pally's a little stronger than SK. Little stronger than SK right now. I think SKs do a little bit more damage than Paladin, but I think the survivability and utility of Paladin is just a little too present. Badong. I think the survivability of the Paladin, being able to heal, being able to lay of hands. Lay of hands is a a 15-minute reuse, whereas Harm Touch is a 20. So I can like use Harm Touch, and then through Reeve I will get Harm Touch back faster, but it's still a 20-minute cooldown, so it's still a longer period between being able to use it. I honestly think that they could probably lower the cooldown on Harm Touch. It's good, but it's not that good. And certainly compared to Lay on Hands, it is not the same. Like, being able to throw 1,000 damage out there for free is good, but it's just not as strong as being able to... you heal your target for 16,251 health. It's just not as strong. And then if you utilize Berserker with your build, you're throwing smites out there faster, meaning when you double smite and you're smiting really, really fast, you're actually getting Lay on Hands back really, really fast. Sword and Bar viable damage-wise? Absolutely. I think Sword and Board is absolutely viable. There's a lot of really good one-handed weapons in the game, especially available to knights. And frankly, like, if you wanted to run like a shaman with a shield and you were running like a knight, like a shaman with a knight weapon, and you are like throwing up dots and stuff like that, that shield is going to be great. It's going to provide you with a lot of extra AC, and through that extra AC, I think you're going to be able to tank a lot of extra damage. You're going to be able to deal with bosses a lot easier. It's going to be, it might not be as fast as a kill, but you should be more than good. It should actually put you in a lot of really interesting spots to kind of navigate different play styles too. But you can put a harm-touching pet on a Spellblade proc. You can put a harm-touching pet on a Spellblade proc. Can you, though? Okay. Riddle me this, Batman. Fucking hell. There we go. I think the reuse is only 1 second. Harm touch. Harm touch. Okay. All right. Is it happening enough for it to be, like, viable, though? Touch. Arm touch. I don't know if that's... Do you think that's worth it? I don't... Because what is he even harm touching for? Yeah, dude, he's harm touching for 162. That's basically my life tap. Yeah, that's basically like my life tap. That's not really... I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not really worth it. Yeah, no, hey, combo. Fucking great thinking. Seriously. That was really great thinking. I genuinely appreciate that. That was really a great idea. So hold on though. So hold on. That I'm trying to think if it would be worthwhile with any of the other pets. Right? Like, would it work for like a... There's not really a mage pet that I think it would be worthwhile for. The paladin pet, I don't really think so. I mean, to some extent, I guess it's kind of worthwhile maybe on a Shadow Knight, because you could just keep your pet up after it died, because it dies to cleave constantly, because everything you fight is a warrior. So, like, because everything you fight as a warrior, everything cleaves, and it cleaves your pet, and your pet just the Shadow Knight pet is just unfortunately trash. Pet taunt was on. No, I told him to leave. So the way I was working it was the way I was doing it is I was letting him harm touch, and then I was killing him so that maybe if I attacked again, I could proc another pet. But it just wasn't, it doesn't happen enough for it to be really viable. And it's only, because it's only 165 damage, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. How hard does max level Necro pet harm touch? Great question. What, can anybody really quickly look up what level the max level, level 50 Necro pet is? Like what level it is? Would a paladin pet? No. So that is one of the things. A paladin pet does not heal you, does not lay of hands you. He does heal himself, and he does lay of hands himself. And NPCs, like enchanter NPCs that have pets, absolutely will, those pets will absolutely heal other NPCs and lay of hands other NPCs. Miss Hyde, what's going on, girl? What's going on, girl? Thank you so much for the resub. How are you doing? I think it's 41. So if it's 41, that would be like maybe 410 damage. I don't know if that's really worth it either, truth be told. You letting anybody in here these days? I mean, listen, if I let you in here, I got to let anybody in here. Boys and girls, ladies and gents, make sure you follow Miss Hyde, okay? If you like squats and you like, well, frankly, if you like Solid Snake, if you like Dark Souls, she does those things, and she does them well. Now, there's another game, 70 squats a stream with Broken. Listen, I'm helping, okay? I'm helping. I sit in your stream, okay? I gather all of the channel points, and then I make you do as many squats as I have points in between streams, okay? It's pretty real. 49, pet is 41. Okay, so if the level is 41, then that's 410 damage. Yeah, look, I'm concerned about her health. I'm concerned about her health. I want her to be a healthy person, and so I'm, you know, maybe I claim 70 squats. I don't see where the problem is. No. Let's see. Pal Monk Sham would be Monk melee DPS and Sham dots with Pal Spellblade Smites or self-heal. It's good balance or DPS, not dying IMO. It's trio I'm hardest looking at. Pal Monk Sham. Yeah. I mean, that definitely has some really good synergy with it for sure. My schedule's crazy, so she works around me. Thank goodness. Hell yeah. Would the pet proc be worth it if it gave you 400 damage harm touch and plus 200 mana? You're talking about if I used like a click stick? You're talking about reclaim energy, right? Do they scale? That's an interesting question. I hadn't really looked at them to see if they scale. I don't think... I'm honestly not sure if they do. That might be something they need to look at, actually. Because I think this has pretty much been doing roughly that much damage. I like that idea. That's something that we will have to look at. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to, like... I do have the items. Like, I do have these that I can get the reclaim energy items from. I also don't know if it was using bone chips, but that's really interesting, and now I like this. They don't, which is why I think Rogue falls off. Yeah, so Big Wolfer, the flip side, too, is that they also run into a little bit of an issue where there's, like, resists become an issue. Like, you start getting resisted at some point, and then most of your poisons don't end up doing a whole lot, which I think that's fixable. I'm going to be real. You know one of the things I think they should give Wizard, if they don't already have it? I need to look at it, because I haven't touched Wizard, really. But one of the things that would be interesting is if they gave Wizard, like, some unbelievably insane, like negative resist ability. Although, I mean, you do have Mallow. You do have Mallow and Tash, which, you know, arguably could be used for some evil. They do scale with AA. SK as help. SK as help. Dog taps? Tax, what's going on? I don't like SK neck, so I'm super excited I can have a character with life tap that isn't either. Yeah. You can also use enchanters. Enchanters get boon of the Garu. Mage, Sham, Wizard, maybe. LOL, sorry. I'm just reading what you say. SKAA help rogue taps. Yes. Yeah. You're talking about Soul Abrasion? I haven't put any points in it yet. Because I'm very, you can ask Nerd. I'm very anal retentive with my class AAs. I don't really like spending points into class AAs, because if I'm not sold, if I'm not like locked in on a particular class and I switch to another class, you don't get to keep the, like, you don't get to like have these affect that other class combo. But whereas these do, right? So these will benefit you, but these won't. So, meh. I did buy the abilities that come with like my attached class combo. So like, for instance, Blood Rune I maxed out. Blood Rune, I think, could use a little up tweaking. I think that it could, like, it's not bad now, but I think it could be a pinch better without being overpowered. Over channel invocation, but I'm not sold on it. Yeah, it is good, but I think that you could do something extra for Wizard. I think Wizard deserves to have something that's a little more relevant. Did that just get entirely resisted? Nice. Oh no, he's a multi-class too. Warrior Rogue. That makes sense. Monkey A were almost as disappointing. Yeah, so it's my son. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Wow. Yup. Okay. Almost as disappointing as your son. Are you proud as you are you proud of your son? I hope. Maybe. Holy shit. Dad, is that you? Did you ever get that milk? Wiz has a chromatic nuke, but it's half as mana fish. Oh, okay. Fair. Almost back, but I have to go get some cigarettes too. And they're all the way at the 7-Eleven. 12 states over. Could you fear kite one mob so we can see if the fear is a random walk or straight line, please? Oh, my sweet Jesus. Sinus talk. You bring up a really fun little discussion. Fear is everything's on rails here. Everything's got pathing. There's no nav mesh, and it's one of the reasons that I hate pets a lot, because pets, they don't navigate through zones very well, and it becomes a real issue. And with it being as big of an issue as it is, when you fear things, the same thing happens. When you get feared, same thing happens. They don't. You run on a rail, and some of the rails are really stupid, like really stupid. Necro have a poison. Yeah, Necro has a poison and disease debuff. Damn, this one's dying slow. Barely qualified. Like, that's a great name. Qualified. What's going on? How are you? Like a Disneyland ride. Yeah, it's messy. The other thing that's really... Oh, Jesus Christ. Nerd Navigator gifted 20 tier 1 subs? Hello? Nerd Navigator? Are you fighting off the ads? Consequences, welcome. I don't know how to respond to this. Nerd, holy shit, dude. Thank you. I don't know what to say other than I guess do you want to play Tummy Snakes later? I don't know. Do you want me to... You can thank me by reading my last message. Okay. Hold on. I need to read your last message. It's true, chat. When you have so few AAs like Broken, you have to conserve, you son of a bitch. I hate it here. This is the worst. This is the worst. I hate it here. Scotty, what's going on? Take me down to the Prairie Dog City. Oh, yeah, baby. Nerd, thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Nerd has given 106 subs to this channel in total. What an absolute fucking Chad that guy is. Watching some EQL Legends. What an absolute Chad that guy is. I'm going to have to, like, later on tonight, you know what I mean? I'm going to have to go in there. I'm going to have to give him a little back rub and you know, maybe we'll peel some of his, like, extra skin off. Because he's a lizard. He's a lizard, guys. He's molting, and we'll help him molt. That's very gnome of Nerd Navigator. Whoa. LOL, my daughter right now. This game looks old. Who is that guy? I don't know. He's some fucking weirdo. He can't be trusted. He's playing, like, really, really old video games. Holy crap. Nerd, I don't even know what to say, man. Other than thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. You're a twinkle in my eye. Nighttime adventure. Grats, man. What's going on? Really old people can only play really old video games. Wow. Nope. Cool. Cool. I'm old. I guess I gotta suck it up. I told her she's out of touch. Yeah, exactly. You tell your daughter that this ain't no skibbity toilet brain rot. You know what I'm saying? And because we don't skibbity brain rot toilet here, she might not understand. And that's okay. It's like vinyl. Oh god. Is it like wood grain? You can tell us if it's like wood grain. Tell her she's mid and sus. Totally cracked, boss. Something. Words. Weird words all put together. Weird words all put together. Man, craziness. 6-7 Ohio Riz toilets. Then say, clock it and touch your index finger and thumb. I don't. What is it? What is that? What I don't understand. I saw somebody do this on TV yesterday, and I was like, what? She knows how to press my buttons? I mean, that's what kids do, man. I have a daughter in the room right over there who came home from college, and that's literally our relationship. She pushes my buttons, and I push her buttons. That's how we live our life. I want to throw her out of the car. She wants to throw me out of the car. I'm too big. I would go to jail. Yeah. Oh, you teach middle school. It's a kid thing? Hey, Broken, maybe you can answer this question. Do you know if Spellblade will be affected by Dex, or will it only be a total mana available versus mana cost of the spell? Forlorn, that is... So somebody asked that question in the Reddit channel that I posted, and I unfortunately am not entirely sure. I think that it is... I think unless I can get the formula, which maybe I can get that, I might be able to talk to somebody and get that. But unless we get the formula disclosed to us, we won't... I don't think we'll really know if Dex affects it or not. When I played THJ, I was able to like go onto their test server and basically give myself like 11 bajillion mana and then just leave auto attack and then parse the auto attack to tell like exactly how things worked. I don't have access to any of that here, so it's really hard for me to be able to like clock how that works. But I might be able to talk to some of the people who would know and see if we can't get that answer. Let me hold on. Let me write that one down. So, Spellblade. Act like proc. Effect by Dex. What is formula? Cool. Yeah, I got it down. I tried asking on the latest stream, but it got drowned. Yeah. It's tough, man. I got to tell you, I was actually looking at like I went to I watched their video, or I watched their stream, and it's kind of tough because you end up with like that 3-minute they do like the slowed chat, and they do 3 minutes on the slowed chat, and it's tough because it's like there's 3 minutes, 3 full minutes between you being able to say something and then saying something again. And it's hard to like ask a question and then clarify or like add any additional context to something. But like I get, I totally get why they do that. I mean, honestly, especially if you're not like an avid streamer with 2,000 plus people in your chat, gets to be a lot. I streamed on the front page one time, and I was streaming to 4,000 people, and that was just like, what chat? It was just a never-ending scroll of just... If I blinked, I missed probably 100 messages. Palneck Wiz, but only 37, but fun. Cool. Yeah, Rev, it is fun. It is fun. You know, obviously, you know, Hollowed Oath is a ways away. I'm looking forward to it once we can get in and play it, for sure. I asked about a unique counters, and they basically confirmed there will be. I know you were looking forward to that. Phil Lorne. I have had some conversations with some people, and I'm excited about what I'm hearing. And that's all I'm going to say on that. That's all I'm going to say. I talked to some people who are involved in whether or not that would be a thing. And the bit that I know was exciting. I think I get beta 1 access on Hollowed Oath. Awesome, dude. They still have backing, too. You can still back the project up to 250, I think it is. I don't know how long that's going to be, but it's pretty cool all the same. God damn, that does nothing. Arm Touch does nothing to the Lava Duck Warrior. Probably because it has almost 10 levels on me. Hey, Meg, thank you so much for the follow. I did the same trio a few days back. Fast kills. Hell yeah. Ass Clown, what's going on? I mean, As Clown. I kind of want to get this level before I call it here. There we go. No, don't dead. Do that. Here's another thing you can do. This is something I kind of like with this class. You can drop into defensive stance and leave recovery up, which means you're getting mana back faster. And you're still life tapping with the poison. You're still life tapping with the poison, which is great. I love it. Hell yeah, Congo rats. Ton of permanent buffs also. Yeah, exactly. Although permanent buffs here do not mean permanent buffs on live. Nerd and I were talking about this last night. So permanent buffs here mean that you're basically like, it just means that you don't have to recast it, but they still can be dispelled. Whereas like on live, at least my understanding has always been permanent buffs have been you can't dispel it. It doesn't get taken off. So even in the case of like the fire elementals, right, that have the damage shield, you could never dispel that shield because it was just it was always on them. I don't know why I always do that. Hell. Gate. Oh, resting state. Actually, just origin. Congo rats are bad. No, Congo rats are great. We like Congo rats. They do dances, do all kinds of stuff. Permabuffs can be dispelled on TLPs. Oh, okay. Maybe that's probably my problem. I haven't played a TLP in a while. I think the last TLP I played was Teak. Mod my Congo rats, but I had to ask. Yeah. Does Ho have other funding? Because 168. So Rev, Ho has internal funding, but also they have their own systems. I guess I should probably just let Aporia and Kata probably answer that, but yeah. For the 3 main players alone. Yeah. Is the standard Legends UI? No, this is the modern UI. It does come with Legends, but it is a custom, one of the customs, default modern. You have default light, and then you have default. Hollowed Oath. H-O or Ho stands for Hollowed Oath. Yep. Yeah. Boys and girls, ladies and gents, we are going to look in here, and we are going to see, what do we have? Oh man, there's like nobody streaming. Who should we raid? Who should we raid, guys? Should we raid Socks, or should we raid This Is How We Paladin? Fate? Shining Heart? We could raid Shining Heart. I know they're one of the, like, people. Oh, just in time to see you go. Oh, I'm sorry, Cool Jim. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I'm going to go spend some time with the wife, and then I'm going to work on some things tonight. But I do want to say, brought this concept to you. This is how we pally. We want to go there? Shining Heart? Do this. He is cool. On your Pal Monk Berserker, since you are running 2 melee classes, do you feel you have mana sustain issues with smiting? Sigma, smiting can be a problem at times, but I don't really cast a lot of spells and stuff, so it doesn't typically bother me all that much. I don't even see Bro Annie. Here, you guys can vote. You guys can vote. This is what we'll do. You guys can... We'll do a little vote where you guys can pick. You guys can pick and decide what kind of things you want. Where's my goddamn poll button? There it is. Manage the poll. Can't even find the poll. Jesus Christ. Who do we raid? This is Paladin. Shining Heart. Dirty Stocks. I heard you broke your pole. No! Your mom found the pole? Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Was there any other recommendations? I didn't even see Bro Annie. If Bro Annie's streaming, I didn't see him. All right. And we're gonna take this down to 1 minute. You guys got 1 minute to decide on this poll. All right, here's the thing, guys. Next time we'll be live is Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'm putting together 3 videos. I also have a bunch of shorts that I'm working for on YouTube. If you don't follow us on YouTube, definitely get out there. Definitely check us out. This should pop all my socials, I think. Yeah, Bueller, maybe. No. Okay, cool. That just talked on Kick. Wait, what happened to Twitch? All of a sudden, I can't see Twitch chat? What the hell? That was weird. Is StreamerBot like pooping its pants or what? Happened earlier too? Can't vote, but looks like it doesn't matter. Who won? Oh, this is Paladin one. Okay, easy enough. Okay, cool. Cool. There we go. Start raid. There we go. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I love you. Thank you so much for hanging out today. If you haven't followed us, if you haven't subscribed to us, please do so. Thank you guys so much. We hit 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. 4,000 subscribers. We got 3 videos that we're working on making. I'd tell you all the details and everything, but it won't do you any good. Check them out later. We'll be getting those out. I'm going to get them all done tomorrow. We're going to be like kind of spreading them out throughout the week. We also were working on a bunch of shorts. We did an interview with Michelle Butler, who is one of the original GM CSRs involved in EverQuest. We're actually talking with her about getting some other things lined up, which is beautiful, amazing, awesome things. We've been talking with Bill Coyle as well, who's another dev who worked on EverQuest Online Adventures, about doing an interview there. We got some big things going on. Outside of that, thank you all so very much for all the subs, all the follows, all the love, the super chats, all that stuff. You guys are freaking awesome. I really do love you guys. Hopefully we'll be busting out more content. Like I said, we'll be saving that Ranger Wizard stuff. I'm also going to be doing some things with this video because we did a bunch of testing, and I'm going to try and put some of that together. Maybe try and put some chapter markers in there so that if people want to check out some of the things we tested later, we will have that done for them. Craig's here. Thank you so much. You're Thirsty. Raxel, thank you guys so much for the follow. It's much appreciated. Timig, thank you so much for the follow. This is freaking awesome. Here we go. Peace out. You guys are cool.